I love that your top lip is slightly bigger than your bottom one. Do you have any idea how sexy that is? Her body gives a soft shudder. No? She whispers, and the same shudder runs through me when I feel the heat of her breath on my skin. Natalya. Yes? Be a good girl and eat your supper. Her pupils dilate at the good girl comment, but then disappointment floods them when I pull back and gently push her plate closer. I fill my own fork, forcing myself to eat the pasta instead of the beautiful young woman sitting inches away from me. I can tell she wants to argue with me, but her good sense and empty stomach win in the end. I try and hide my smirk when she takes a large bite of pasta, but she sees it and mutters something in Russian around her full mouth. What was that? Nothing. Her brows raise while she tries so damn hard to appear clueless, but there's a smile playing at her lips. I wonder if she has any idea how goddamn beautiful she is. I might need to learn Russian. And maybe I'll learn Italian. I give her a big smile, because the thought of her speaking my native tongue does things to me. We spend the next several minutes in comfortable silence while we eat until she lets out a groan and pushes her nearly empty plate away. Oh, I can't. No more. She gives a dramatic flop back against the pillows. But you still have dessert, I remind her. She groans like she's in pain and curls into a ball, hugging one of the pillows to her chest. I can't do it. Please tell her it was delicious and I'm sorry, but I can't take another bite. I'll leave it up here. Maybe you'll change your mind in a few minutes. I finish the last few bites of my own food and stack our plates before putting the tray back on the dresser. I grab the bottle of whiskey I keep in here and a glass, pouring myself a generous drink while I check my phone. Any news? I look over at her, enjoying the sight of her on my bed while I say, No. No one's found anything yet. One of my men brought your bag over, though. I can bring it up now if you want to change into your own clothes. She's quiet for a few seconds, snuggling deeper into my bed. Do you mind if I keep wearing yours? Not at all. My home is yours for as long as you need it, principessa. You can help yourself to whatever you want. Do you mean that? Of course, I say before I can think better of it. The mischievous glint in her eyes has me regretting my words. She waves me over and then pats the bed. I take a long drink while walking closer like there's an invisible thread connecting us and I'm powerless to break it. Will you sit with me? Against all my better judgment, I sit down, propping my back against the padded headboard. She doesn't waste any time. In seconds, she's flipped over onto her other side and snuggled her body up close to mine, resting her head on my chest and hiking one leg over mine. Fuck, she fits me perfectly. I quickly down the rest of my drink and set the glass on the nightstand. I should push her away, but I don't. I wrap my arms around her small body and pull her even closer. Her arm wraps around my chest in a hug. Her head rests on my shoulder, her face close enough for me to feel the heat of her breath on my neck, and her thigh reaches up even higher, flush against my waist as her pussy presses into my side. It's pure fucking heaven, even though we both know it's nothing but sin. Natalya, I start to say, but she cuts me off by squeezing me tighter and kissing the side of my neck. My dad asked you to take care of me, Dominic. That's all you're doing. I'm pretty sure this is not at all what he had in mind, principessa, and we both know it. Her small shoulders lift in a shrug. It's been one hell of a night, and I need comforting. You're making me feel safe again. Please don't make me lay in your giant bed all by myself. I run my hand along her back and shoulder, dragging my fingers along the bare skin of her arms and then tracing the same path back up, mesmerized by the feel of her. My eyes stray to the large picture of Bernini's sculpture. I understand Hades in a new way now. All my instincts are telling me to keep Natalya in my arms, no matter what, and to never let her go. I hold her, lightly stroking her skin until I'm convinced she's seconds away from sleep. I'm waiting for her body to go limp and for her breathing to slow down and even out. But instead, I feel a wet tongue on my neck. Fuck. I growl as she lets out a soft sigh and runs her curious tongue along the crook of my neck, like she's trying to memorize every detail. Natalya, you have to stop. As much as I want to make it sound like a command, it comes out as more of a plea. I'm only so fucking strong around her, and she's wearing down my defenses faster than I ever thought possible. I'm pleading for mercy, but she's evidently not in a merciful mood. Like a woman possessed, she grips my shoulders and positions her body on top of mine. Even with the sweats on, I can feel her pussy press against my abs, and when she uses my chest for leverage and lifts up, the pure raw need in her eyes takes my damn breath away. Principessa, I say, cupping her face and trying like hell to be rational for the both of us. We're about to cross a line that can't be uncrossed. I think maybe we crossed that line 2 weeks ago when I fell back against you and felt your hard cock digging into my ass. We've stepped on the line. Maybe put a damn foot over it, but we haven't crossed it. Not yet, anyway. I don't understand what you do to me. The breathy whisper of her words has me clenching my jaw to keep from closing the distance to kiss her like I want. She leans closer, fingers digging into my shoulders, hips softly starting to rock. I've never felt this way about anyone, Dominic, and I don't know how to make it stop. She leans closer so her lips are hovering right above mine, so close I could stick my tongue out and taste her. Make it stop, she begs, rocking her hips even harder, trying her damnedest to grind against me as I feel my resolve melt away. Are you trying to use my body to get yourself off, principessa? I dart my tongue out, giving her top lip a hint of a lick, smiling at the whimper she gives. Tell me, sweetheart, does your pussy ache for me? I grab onto her hips, grinding her harder against me. The surprised gasp she gives is sexy as fuck. Yes, God, yes. Her hands move to my face, palms splayed out on either side as she leans closer. I tighten my fingers around her hips, holding her still. I wait until her heavy-lidded eyes find mine. I can make you feel better, principessa, but I can't give you any more than that. I grind her against me as I rock my hips up, letting her feel a small taste of what I'm offering. I can take that ache from you, if you want me to, but I can't fuck you. The hurt look on her face is like a vice around my heart, but I don't give in. I can't take her virginity. I just fucking can't. I'm already crossing a line that never should have been crossed. I'm breaking enough moral rules tonight. I don't need to add to it. I bring her attention back to what I'm offering with another slow rock of my hips. Do you want me to make you feel better? She nods her head and lets out a breathy, yes. And that's all the invitation I need. Cupping the back of her head, I lace my fingers in her dark hair and ghost my lips over hers. I've thought about kissing you so many damn times, about tasting those full lips and feeling your body pressed against mine. She moans and rocks her hips, grinding shamelessly against my stomach. I've thought about fucking you in so many different ways, principessa. It's all I can think about. I confess my sins against her lips, but I'm not hoping for forgiveness or wanting absolution. I don't give a fuck about any of that. All I want is her. I want her beneath me inside her, her screaming my name and clenching that tight pussy around my cock. I want to mark her as mine in every conceivable way, and I never want to let her go. Knowing I can't have any of that pulls a pained groan from me right before I press my lips to hers and kiss her for the first time. I swallow her whimper, parting her lips with my tongue and delving inside for more, knowing it will never be enough. She keeps her hands on my face, surrounding me with her presence as she rocks harder against me. I kiss her slowly and deeply, savoring every second of the time I have with her. And when she lets out a frustrated groan at her inability to get herself off, I smile against her lips. I love feeling you grind against me, baby, but I'm going to be the one to get you off. I give her top lip a soft suck and squeeze her hip while I drag my thumb along her inner thigh, dipping low enough to stroke one of her pussy lips. I'd give anything to slide my hand down her pants and feel her bare, slick folds against my hand. But I know if I do that, then there's no way in hell I'll be able to resist sliding into her. Dominic, she whimpers into our kiss, bringing one of her hands to the back of my neck to clutch me tighter. I slide my thumb along her pussy, running up her slit until I find what I'm looking for. She breaks our kiss on a gasp when I give her a firm rub. Jesus, she pants, making me smile. I give her a wink. Not quite. The smile she gives me lights up her whole face, and I can't help but tell her exactly what I'm thinking. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I kiss her again, murmuring against her lips. So fucking stunning it takes my damn breath away. I rub her faster, knowing it's not going to take her long. She lets out another whimper, furrowing her brows and blushing even deeper. I can feel her getting shy on me, and I don't like it. When she tries to duck her head, I press the pad of my thumb firmly against her, refusing to rub her like she needs me to. Her eyes are filled with confusion when she looks up at me. Don't hide yourself from me. Leaning closer, I give her top lip another suck. I don't ever want you to hide any part of yourself from me. I want it all. Don't hide and don't fight what I'm trying to give you. She nods her head, letting out a whimper of pure need when I slowly circle her clit, teasing her until her breaths are soft little pants and her thighs are shaking. Come for me, principessa. Give me what I want. Her fingers grip the back of my hair when I rub her harder. I kiss her slowly, bringing her closer and closer to the edge, and right before she comes, I wrap my fingers around her slender neck and pull her back so I can see her face when the orgasm hits her. Her heart races beneath my thumb while my other hand keeps working her. Her beautiful eyes widen and then go glassy and heavy-lidded as she moans my name and rocks her hips, increasing the friction and her pleasure. She looks like the perfect mix of innocence and pure sin, and I swear all it would take is one touch of her hand on my cock, and I'd be joining her, coming in my pants like a fucking teenager. Fuck, I growl in Italian, tightening my grip on her neck and pulling her close again so I can kiss her. With my thumb still rubbing her clit in soft circles, I slide my tongue between her lips, needing to taste her again. Her body shudders against mine with her aftershocks, and when she becomes too sensitive and tries to squirm away, I smile against her lips and gentle my touch, stroking her softly until she melts in my arms. God, I really should not have done this. Letting go of her is going to be hard enough, but how the fuck am I supposed to do it after knowing what my name sounds like spilling from her lips as she comes? I've just made things a million times harder on myself. But even knowing that doesn't make me push her from my arms. If anything, I hold her tighter, wishing like hell I could keep her for myself.
Chapter 8. Natalya. Slumped against Dominic's hard chest, I try to muster up the strength to move, but I can't. He's stuck with me in his lap for the foreseeable future, and he doesn't seem to mind. His arms are wrapped around me, holding me tight while his fingers run through my hair, and he whispers something in Italian that sounds just as beautiful as he is. Everything about this man is perfect. Well, except for the tiny detail that he's friends with my dad and a wee bit forbidden. Aside from that, he's fucking perfect. With my belly full and my body still humming with pleasure from the orgasm he just gave me, I lose the strength to keep my eyes open. He feels me soften even more and kisses the top of my head. Go to sleep, principessa. I'll watch over you and make sure you're safe. I snuggle in deeper, never wanting to leave the warmth of his body. I know he'll do what he says and that there's nowhere safer I could be. Thanks for taking care of me, Dominic, I whisper, seconds away from sleep. You can always come to me, Natalya. I will always be here for you, principessa. His fingers run through my hair, calming me in a way I hadn't thought possible. I feel completely at peace, and for the first time since seeing him at the farmhouse, I fall asleep easily, without a care in the world. The next morning I wake to an empty bed and enough sunlight in the room to let me know I've overslept. Stretching my arms and legs, I smile at the memory of last night. Dominic had unknowingly given me my first kiss and my first orgasm that didn't involve just me and my imagination. I had no idea anything could feel that good. I know how to bring myself pleasure, and up until last night, I always thought I was pretty damn good at it. But he took things to another level, one that I hadn't even known existed. At some point, he must have tucked me under the covers, and when I sit up, I see the bag my sister packed for me in the corner, and a new tray of food waiting for me on the dresser. As stuffed as I'd been last night, I'm famished now, and the thought of more of Lucia's cooking has me pushing back the covers and hopping out of bed. I nearly groan when I see the kettle of coffee and quickly pour myself a cup. It's still steamy hot, and after I put in a healthy dose of sugar and cream, I take a big drink and look at the rest of the tray. Damn, I whisper, eyeing the homemade croissants. Taking the biggest one from the plate, I bite into it and groan my appreciation. It's filled with strawberry jam and it melts in my damn mouth. A girl could get used to this. I don't even bother sitting down. I just stand by the window that looks out onto his lush lawn and finish my croissant and coffee. Even though his house is in the city, it still feels private. The entire property is gated, and as I watch, I see several guards walking around, making sure everything is secure. I can't see any weapons, but I know they're armed. Pouring myself one more cup of coffee, I grab my bag and head for the bathroom. I love wearing Dominic's clothes, but I want to look nice for him when I see him again. My bandaged feet are barely sore today, thanks to him. And when I peek under the band-aids, nothing looks infected or inflamed, so I decide to chance a shower. Digging through my bag, I send a silent thanks to Mia for packing everything I could possibly need. She even threw in my favorite summer dress and sandals. After brushing my teeth, I strip down and then step into his ridiculously huge shower. My first thought is that I could hold 4 people easily. And then my second thought is a completely unwanted visual of Dominic in here with several women. It's the last thing I want to think about, but once it pops in my head, I can't stop thinking about it. He's 43. There's no way in hell he's been living a celibate life. And that adds up to a fuck-ton of women, and Dominic is insanely gorgeous, so that means the women he's been with have probably been just as good-looking. It's a bitter pill to swallow. And suddenly those 2 cups of coffee and huge croissant aren't feeling so great as they swirl around while I worry myself into a stomachache. The pep in my step is gone, and not even the comforting familiar scent of his body wash can pull me out of my funk. Last night had been special to me. Amazing. And life-changing even, but it had probably been nothing to him. I mean, he hadn't even gotten to come. God, he must think I'm pathetic. The sad virgin that he got off while we were both fully clothed, exciting times for him, I'm sure. I get dressed in my favorite pink sundress, hoping it might help cheer me up, and brush out my hair without bothering to search for a blow dryer. Leaving my feet bare since they're no longer bleeding, I leave the bathroom and grab my phone. I texted Svetlana while I'd been in the tub, and it looks like she's blown up my phone with texts. I'm not in the mood to talk about what happened last night. So I send off a quick text letting her know I'll tell her everything as soon as I can. My mom and dad also texted me, asking me how I am and letting me know that Grigory is out of surgery and doing okay, but that he'll have to remain there for a while. The bullets did a lot of damage, and the surgery to fix him wasn't an easy one. I send them a quick text to let them know I'm fine and not to worry. My dad's text is immediate. Do you want to come home? Did you sleep okay? Is Dominic taking care of you? I bite my lip and choose my words carefully. I slept fine, Dad. Stop worrying. Smiley face. If it's okay, I'd rather stay here until we know for sure what's going on. I'm paranoid about sounding too eager to stay with Dominic, so I add, I really like Lucia. She's been cooking me some amazing Italian food. Yes, Dominic is making sure I have everything I need. I haven't seen too much of him. I think he might be in his office. I know I'm fudging the truth, and I hate doing it. But I can't tell him his friend gave me a mind-blowing orgasm before holding me while I fell asleep. Something tells me that wouldn't go over so well. As soon as his text comes in, I read it while my heart races. I'll never stop worrying, princess. I'm your dad, it's what I do. Smiley face. I'm okay with you staying there for a while longer, but let me know if you change your mind. I love you, sweetheart. It doesn't feel the same without you here. I sent out a quick reply. Miss you all too, Dad. Love you. I toss my phone on the bed and swallow down the guilt I feel. I reason with myself that my dad would hate any guy that I like. He doesn't want to lose me, but as much as I love my family, I can't ignore the pull Dominic has on me. I can't explain it, but I know I want to explore it. Last night meant something to me, and I have to know if it meant something to him too. Knowing I might get my heart torn into a million pieces, I leave the safety of his room and go in search of him. The large, gorgeous house is quiet as I walk down the hall, and then make my way down the stairs. I remember the way to his office, so with quick steps I silently make my way towards the set of closed doors at the end of the hall. The wood is the same dark color as the floor, and I can't help but feel intimidated when I raise my hand to knock. Everything about his room screams power and dominance, two words that fit Dominic Alessi perfectly. I hear his voice, but whatever he says is in Italian, so I have no clue if he's telling me to come in or go the fuck away. I take a gamble and open the door, hoping like hell it's the first one. He lifts his head like he's surprised the door's opened, which means guess number 2 was the correct one. But as soon as he sees it's me, the corner of his mouth lifts up in a smile, and all I can do is stare at the gorgeous Italian in front of me, sitting back in his chair. His eyes run over me before he tells me to shut the door, and then motions for me to come closer. He's still in the same suit from last night, and his hair's a bit messy like he scrubbed his hand through it one too many times. He looks tired and worried, but still so mouth-wateringly sexy that I can't look away. Small espresso cups litter his desk, and as soon as I'm close enough, I cup his cheek, running my thumb over the stubble that's even thicker than it was last night. God, I bet he could grow a beard in record time. And as much as I love his smooth face, there's no denying he looks sexy as fuck with a few days' worth of growth. Did you get to any sleep at all? The corner of his mouth curves up even more at my question, and the hint of worry in my voice. He ignores my question. Did you eat breakfast? I did. Thank you for bringing it up. The croissants were amazing. Cornetti, he corrects. I'm Italian principessa, not French. Cornetti, I say, testing the word out. He smiles at my pronunciation and reaches up to run his thumb over my lips. I love hearing you speak my language. My lips part at his touch, and memories of last night come rushing in, reminding me of what we'd done and of the pleasure he'd given me. His dark eyes study me, taking in every detail and reading me so goddamn easily. The pained expression on his face lets me know I'm not going to like what he's about to say. Natalya, I should never have let things go so far last night. I'm already shaking my head before he's even finished the sentence. No, don't say that. I'm more than twice your age. He reminds me like there's a possibility I might have forgotten. And I have a working relationship with your dad, and we become friends over the years. He sighs and grabs my waist, pulling me closer and resting his forehead against my chest, right below my breasts. This can't happen, he whispers. It would be different if you just wanted to fuck me, principessa, but that's not what this is. And we both know it. I run my hand through his thick, dark hair. Would you? I ask. If that's all I wanted? He lifts his head just enough to look up at me. Is that all you want from me? I swear if I didn't know any better, I'd think he sounded hurt. But there's no way in hell that can be true. The Don of the Alessi Mafia can't possibly be hurt by the idea of me only wanting one night with him. The idea is so preposterous that I almost laugh. He sees the amusement in my eyes and his narrow in confusion. This is funny to you. The idea that you could possibly be hurt by the idea that I might just want sex is very amusing to me, yes. You're Dominic Alessi, Italian sex god come to life, and I'm just me. He lets out a soft laugh at my comment. Italian sex god, huh? I shrug my shoulders. I made an educated guess based on last night. He holds me tighter and closes his eyes while he lets out a masculine groan. God, you look so fucking sexy coming on my lap. And Natalya, he says, opening his eyes and waiting for me to meet his gaze. You will never only be just you. I brush his messed up hair off his forehead, dragging my nails along his scalp as his eyes darken even more. He's right about what he said. Our being together feels impossible, but I can't deny the pull I feel towards him. I want him, and I know he wants me. Cupping his face, I lower down so we're almost touching. Do you want me? You know I do, he whispers against my lips. It's all I can fucking think about, but just because I want something doesn't mean I can have it. But I'm offering myself to you. I'm yours for the taking. He groans and digs his fingers into my waist, pulling me closer. Oh, don't say that to me, principessa. I can tell he's fighting his feelings for me. He's trying to do what he thinks is right, and his nerves are on edge because of it. He hasn't eaten or slept or even bothered to change clothes. He's wound so tight he's going to snap at any second, and I'm worried about him. The line of work he's in doesn't allow for mistakes, and the last thing I want is for him to get hurt. I want to take care of him. But I can tell by the stubborn way he's clenching his jaw that I'm about to get a glimpse of the famous Italian temper if I push him too hard. He watches me with wary eyes as I lower myself, sinking to my knees in front of him. With my hands on his thighs, I look up at him. I want to make you feel better. Cupping my face, he runs his thumb over my lips. You do. Just by being near me, you do. I lean into his touch and slowly slide my hands up his powerful thighs. I feel the muscles tighten under my hands as he sucks in a breath. Natalya, he warns, but I ignore him, stopping my hand right before it hits the obvious bulge in his suit pants. Jesus, this man's huge. He strains against the fabric, and there's nothing in the world that could keep me from inching my fingers closer and touching him. My lips part in surprise when I run my thumb over his head, feeling the shape and thickness of him. He hisses out something in Italian, but I'm too mesmerized by his cock to look away. I'm greedy to know every inch of him. My fingers run up his length, trailing along the top and sides, constructing an image in my mind and wanting to brand it there. More, I whisper, looking up at him. I want to see more. His jaws grind together, and the vein in his neck is trailing an obvious line down his throat. No. The word is a harsh whisper, and I don't like it. So I ignore him and bring my head lower, pressing a kiss to the head of his cock. My reward is another fast string of Italian as his fingers weave into my hair before he tightens his grip and lifts my face up. I'm trying to do the right thing here. No, I correct him. You're trying to do what you think is right, without taking my opinion into consideration at all. So you think it's right for me to pull my cock out and slide it between your pouty lips? You think that's the appropriate thing to do? I give him a small smirk. Yes, I do. You made me feel good last night. And I can see how stressed you are. Let me make you feel good, Dominic. Please. He's at war with himself. I see it so clearly on his face, but when I lower my head again and wrap my lips around his head as best I can and give him a soft squeeze, he groans and lets go of my hair so he can undo his pants. I'm going straight to hell for this, he mutters. I give his head another kiss. Would it be worth it? His face softens when he cups my cheek and looks down at me. Yes, principessa, it would be worth it. I'd suffer 1,000 hells for just one touch from you. It's impossible for me to hide my smile, and when he sees it, he gives me another sexy wink before slowly pulling his cock out. Jesus, I whisper. Because even though I felt like I just memorized it with my fingers, the reality of him is even bigger than what I'd concocted in my mind. Thanks to the internet, this isn't the first dick I've seen, but it's the first one I've seen in person. And he's way bigger than anything I've seen online. My eyes widen as I take in the size of him. And when I hear a soft laugh, I look up to see a pleased and amused grin playing at his lips. It's bigger than I thought it'd be, I admit. You felt me through my pants, he reminds me. Not the same thing. I reach a shaky hand out, and as soon as my fingers hit his shaft, his cock jerks and he hisses out a breath. Worried, I look back up at him. Did that hurt? Fuck no, it didn't touch me again. I smile at how thick his accent is and bring my fingers back to him. The heat of his skin radiates off him and into me, and when I trace one of the veins that runs up the length of his shaft, I see a bead of pre-cum appear. Suddenly ravenous, I close the distance and wrap my lips around his head, while dragging my tongue along his slit. Jesus fuck, he growls, threading his fingers in my hair. I have no idea what I'm doing, so I let instinct take over. I run my tongue over him again, swirling it around his head before giving him a hard enough suck to hollow out my cheeks. His deep masculine groan fills me with a ridiculous amount of pride. Keep sucking, principessa, just like that. Digging my fingers into his thighs, I lower myself onto him as much as I can. There's no way in hell I can take all of him in, so I don't even bother trying. I focus on the top half of his cock, sucking and licking and kissing him until spit is dripping from my lips, coating his entire shaft and puddling at the base. I want to feel that small hand of yours around my dick, Natalya, right fucking now. He growls out. Bringing one of my hands to him, I wrap my fingers around his thick shaft as best I can. Tighter. I tighten my grip, grateful for his instructions. I want to make him feel good, but I've never done this before. And I need the help. Good girl, now stroke me, principessa. I slowly start to stroke him, gripping him tightly as I bring my hand up and down while I suck on his head. After a few seconds, I find my rhythm, timing my hand with my sucking so I'm working him in tandem. Fuck, baby, he groans, fisting my hair even tighter. I'm so fucking close. His hips rock in the chair, thrusting up to fill my mouth even more. Be a good girl and take what I give you. I'm going to kiss you after this, and I better be able to taste my cum on your tongue. God, this man's dirty talk is going to be the end of me. All my focus is on giving him pleasure. But I can feel how wet my panties are, and I know it wouldn't take much to send me over the edge. I suck him harder, moaning against him when he growls my name and his hips thrust up even harder before his whole body shudders and the wet heat of his release hits my mouth. Surprised by the new sensation, I pause for just a second before his cock jerks inside me again, shooting more of his seed to the back of my throat. Raspy Italian fills my ears as I suck harder, drunk on the feel and taste of him, on knowing that I'm the one to pull those deep groans from him, and that it was my name on his tongue as he came so hard he forgot his English. Even after he starts to soften, I rest the side of my face on his thigh and keep gently sucking him, not ready to break contact. His fingers run through my hair while he gets his breathing under control. Bringing his other hand to my cheek, he softly caresses my stretched-out lips that are still locked around him. You're perfect, principessa. So fucking perfect. I flick my tongue along the underside of his cock and give him another soft suck. He lets out another sexy groan and then an annoyed one when his phone starts to ring. Reaching for it, he lets out a heavy sigh. It's your dad, he says, freezing me in place. The phone keeps ringing while he waits for me to let him go, but I don't. I know I should. But for reasons I can't explain, I just don't. He's mine. And I can block out who he's talking to if he can. It's not like he's in the same room as us. You sure about this, principessa? Mm-hmm. I moan. He answers the phone while running his finger over my lip again. Hey, Lev. He sounds so casual. No one would ever suspect that my mouth was wrapped around his cock right now. No, everything's fine. She probably just left her phone in the room. Dominic feels me tense when I realize my dad must have been trying to call me and then got worried when I didn't answer. His finger strokes my lip and cheek while my body relaxes against him. She's doing fine, Dominic says, and then adds, I'm taking good care of her. The corner of my mouth fights a grin, but he sees it anyway and caresses it with his thumb. I'm glad I can only hear one side of the conversation. It makes it easier to pretend he's not talking to my dad while I still have his dick in my mouth. My men haven't heard anything yet, but we will. I've sent out extra guys and I told them not to hold back. If there is anything for them to find, trust me, they'll find it. I can hear the fury in his voice when he adds, I take this just as personally as you do. This happened in my territory and I see it as a direct attack on what's mine. My eyes lift up at his words, meeting his dark eyes. He gives me an easy grin and then gives me a playful eye roll as he says, Yes, I realize she's not my daughter. That's not what I meant and you damn well know it. I just want you to know that I'm putting everything into this and we will find the fucker who did it. You have my word on that. For now she's safe. Nothing can hurt her while she's here. I won't allow it. With his cock only semi-hard, I'm able to take more of him in, so I slide down, filling my mouth with him. His eyes widen ever so slightly as he watches me. He gives my cheek a soft warning tap, and I give him a good suck in return. His nostrils flare as he takes in a breath, and when I slip my hand under his shirt to rest it on his hard abs, he gives me a wink that makes my heart skip a beat. He talks for a few more minutes, and I rest with my head in his lap, lazily sucking on his cock. It's oddly relaxing, and when my eyes start to fall shut, I don't fight it. His fingers alternate between stroking my lips and cheek and running through my hair, and the sensations are downright euphoric. Everything this man does is orgasmic. He's effortlessly sexy in a way that constantly makes me want to roll onto my back and spread my legs for him. I hear him say goodbye and set his phone down, but I keep my eyes closed and give him another soft suck. Are you aware of what you're doing, principessa? I crack my eyes open. He smiles and strokes my cheek. Do you realize what you're doing? I give him a look that must clearly say, duh, I'm sucking your cock, because he lets out a soft laugh and taps my cheek again. It's called cock warming, Natalya. Your sweet mouth is keeping me warm. Just holding me without trying to get me off. It's insanely erotic, and you did it without even thinking about it. I've never heard of cock warming before. And when I make no move to get up, he gives me an approving smile and strokes my cheek again. You want to keep doing it? I moan, still not ready to break our connection. Good girl, he murmurs, and I feel that praise in every cell of my body. I think I'd be willing to do just about anything if it got me a good girl in that sexy Italian accent of his. I need to make a few phone calls, and I want you to stay right where you are. I give a soft nod and then close my eyes again when he grabs his phone. This time the conversation is in fast Italian, making it easy for me to tune everything out and sink even deeper into the comforting, almost meditative zone this is putting me into. He keeps stroking my face and hair, and I settle into him, scooting a bit closer so I can rest my butt on my heels. He stays in my mouth even as a slight ache starts to form in my jaw, and I keep my lips wrapped around him. I give him the occasional suck, but mostly I just hold him, keeping our bodies connected until I start to get drowsy, even though I know I can't possibly be tired. I would have thought it was impossible to fall asleep with a dick in my mouth, but I must, because the next thing I know, Dominic is stroking my cheek and whispering my name. I moan, still feeling disoriented. He's gotten bigger, and as he's grown, I've slipped further down so it's just his thick head between my lips now. You fell asleep, principessa, while softly sucking on my cock. I hear the awe in his voice and smile around him. I was supposed to be getting work done, but I couldn't take my eyes off you. He lets out a heavy sigh while running the pad of one finger along my jaw. It kills me that I can't keep you from myself. Before I can argue and tell him that he most certainly can, he's reaching down and lifting me up like I weigh nothing and sitting my ass on the desk in front of him. Strong arms wrap around me, pulling me right to the edge as he scoots his chair closer so he's positioned between my thighs. Resting his head against my chest, he drags his nose along the curve of my breast, inhaling deeply as he goes. I know you're innocent, sweetheart, but I need you to tell me how innocent. I run a hand through the thick hair I'll never be able to get enough of, and press a kiss to his forehead. I've never gotten on my knees and cock-warmed anyone before. His laugh vibrates against my chest, and it sounds so carefree and in complete contrast to the tough-hardened Mafia boss he is. I like hearing it. I like seeing this side of him. I'm glad to hear that. What else haven't you done? I sigh and keep running my fingers through his hair. My family is very protective, and you know I didn't have a normal childhood. Bodyguards have been watching me since I was born, the night Svetlana and I snuck out and went to your club. That's the first time we've ever been alone without at least one set of eyes watching us. I was watching you, he reminds me, lifting his dark eyes to mine. I couldn't take my fucking eyes off you, principessa. He takes another inhale, like he's trying to consume every part of me he can get, and then kisses the curve of my breast again. Surely there were boys at school, he murmurs against my chest. Hidden moments in high school where the bodyguards couldn't see you. I could lie and make myself sound a bit cooler and more experienced, but I don't think I could ever lie to this man. So, I answer honestly. I never wanted any of them. Sliding his hand behind my neck, he curls his fingers around me, pulling me down so our lips are almost touching. Are you telling me you've never done anything at all, principessa? Yes, I whisper. And yet, you got on your knees for me. He ghosts his lips over mine, that one small move setting my body on fire. So innocent, and yet you came on me, rocking your little body and using me until you were so wet your juices soaked through your pants and onto my shirt. My face heats up at how brazen I'd been. Yes, I managed to whisper. Are you telling me that I gave you your first kiss last night, and your first orgasm? First orgasm from someone else, yes, I clarify. Not wanting him to think I'm that fucking innocent. The sexy grin that lights up his face is downright stunning. The corners of his eyes crinkle just enough to remind me how much older he is than me. And that probably shouldn't turn me on as much as it does. You like to make yourself come, principessa. When he sees how embarrassed I'm getting, he tightens his grip on my neck and slowly laps at my top lip, licking it, and gently tugging it between his teeth. Don't ever be embarrassed with me, Natalya, not with me. The heat of his breath on my lips has goosebumps rising all over my body. I said I wanted to taste my cum on your tongue. He gives my lip a soft bite. Stick your tongue out for me. When I hesitate, he gives me another bite, this one just a tiny bit harder. His hand grips my neck while the other one runs down my spine to rest against my lower back, holding me firmly in place. I cup his face and stick my tongue out. He lets out a sexy, deep groan and latches onto my tongue, slowly sucking me into the wet heat of his mouth until our lips are pressed together. He sucks my tongue, cleaning me of his taste. I feel his jaws working beneath my fingers, and just when I think I can't take a second more of this sweet torture, he lets my tongue go, so he can kiss me. The kiss is hard and hungry, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say it was a claiming kind of kiss. Like he's trying to mark what's his, branding me with his mouth, so that I'll always taste like him, and every man who sees me will instinctively know that I belong to Dominic. He delves in deeper while grabbing one of my hands and bringing it between us. With his hand on top of mine and our fingers laced together, he guides my hand along my inner thigh and up my dress, until the tips of our fingers are hitting the soaked piece of fabric between my thighs. "Show me how you touch yourself," he growls as he kisses me. "I want to see what you've always done in the dark. Show me the hidden Natalya. The one part of yourself you've always kept hidden like a dirty little secret. Because there are no secrets between us, principessa. I want it all." Roughly pushing my panties aside, he groans and kisses me harder while dragging my fingers up my soaking wet slit. I'm fucking drenched for him, dripping onto our entwined fingers, and when he runs the pad of my finger over my clit, I rock my hips and let out a whimper. I feel him smile against my lips, urging me with his hand to keep going. And with his tongue sliding along mine and our wet, slippery fingers mixed together, it's easy for me to let go and touch myself like I've always done in private. He makes me want to show him things that I've never shown or shared with anyone else. "That's my good girl," he says in a ragged whisper against my lips, feeling my fingers as I start to work myself. "I better have a fucking puddle on my desk when you're done." He grabs the back of my dress, yanking it up and then hooking his fingers into my panties before pulling them off me so quickly I barely have time to register what he's doing. My bare ass is flush against the hard wood of his desk, and less than a second later his soaked hand is intertwined with mine while I rub my clit in slow circles, taking his fingers with me. So fucking beautiful. He's fisting my dress with his free hand, holding it up so there isn't anything obstructing his view. I look down, barely recognizing myself. My thighs are spread. My hips are rocking in a seductive rhythm, and my fingers are greedily rubbing my clit. Bringing myself closer and closer to the release I so desperately need, he hasn't tucked his cock away yet, and it's jutting out from his pants fully hard and covered in pre-cum. Our bodies feel dangerously close to one another, a temptation that we're both so close to giving into. His dark eyes stay locked on my pussy, and when he lowers his head to kiss my inner thigh, I moan his name and watch in fascination as he slowly kisses his way closer to where our fingers are. I've never been so turned on in my life. Using my free hand, I thread my fingers into his hair, holding on to him and gasping when he's close enough to run his tongue up my slit and over our fingers. Dominic, I moan, entranced by the erotic sight of his tongue on my pussy, lapping up my juices like he'll never be able to get enough. His dark eyes lift to mine, holding my gaze while giving me another slow lick. "I'm going to fuck you with my tongue while you rub your little clit, and then you're going to come all over my face. I want to be covered in you. I want to taste you and smell you all fucking day." Panting, I quickly nod my head, wanting every damn thing he's offering. With dark hooded eyes, he runs a hand up my stomach, gently applying pressure so I'm forced onto my back, taking up his entire desk. I hear something fall to the ground, but neither one of us stops to see what it is. Palming the back of my thigh, he pushes my leg up and out, spreading me so wide that my folds part for him, exposing every inch of my wet pussy to his hungry gaze. "God damn," he growls, taking in the sight of me splayed open before him. "Mine." The word is spoken so low and deep that I almost miss it. But then, he growls it again before dipping his tongue inside me. I gasp and arch my lower back off his desk, stunned by the sensations running through me. His wet fingers nudge mine, reminding me what I'm supposed to be doing, and as soon as I start to rub my clit again, I feel how close I am. I'm swollen and ready, And with his tongue running along my inner walls, I rub harder and push myself over the edge. A quick, shocked scream leaves my lips before I remember where I am, and clamp my jaws shut to keep from alerting everyone in the house to what we're doing. Dominic growls against me, licking and sucking my folds, sending my body spiraling into another orgasm before I've even come down from the first. His breathing is fierce and erratic, and I barely register the rhythmic, wet sounds of him working his own cock. I'm too caught up in my own pleasure. Waves of pure bliss ripple through every part of me, until I can't help but let out a soft laugh and collapse against his desk, drained of all energy and completely spent. He gives me one more long lick, swiping over my overly sensitive clit and filling his mouth with the taste of me, as he lets out a deep groan and pulls back seconds before I feel his hand at my hip, holding me tightly while a wet heat hits my pussy. He growls my name while covering me in his cum, and the look in his eyes as he does it is downright feral. This Armani-suited Mafia don comes undone for me, letting me see the real man beneath the feared Alessi name. This is the real Dominic. Hair messy, chest heaving, pupils blown and eyes heavy-lidded, and a look of absolute adoration on his handsome face. My Dominic. The thought comes unbidden into my head. But once it's there, I know it won't be leaving anytime soon. We may not have just fucked in the traditional sense, but we shared something. Something that can't and won't be forgotten. We didn't just cross the damn line, we fucking obliterated it. We left it so far behind that I can't even be seen anymore. He gives me a slow, sexy smile and leans his body over mine so he can kiss me. It's just as passionate as every kiss he gives me, but it's a lazy kiss. And I'm completely satisfied and happy kind of kiss. I wrap my arms and legs around him, pulling him closer. And when our lips finally part, we're both panting for air. I shouldn't have done that, he whispers against my lips. But you're impossible to resist, principessa. You definitely should have done that, and you better do it again soon. He lets out an adorable laugh and gives me another kiss before standing back up. He looks down at me and groans. Putting his hands on either thigh, he gently spreads me wide again, eyeing the mess he made on me. With a determined look on his face, he runs a finger along my smooth pussy, covering his finger in cum before very slowly pushing it inside me. Fuck, I gasp. My body clenches around him, gripping him tightly as he slowly slides in. He murmurs in Italian while he fingers me gently, pulling out so he can soak his finger again before slipping back inside. He keeps doing it until I'm clean and my pussy is full. I should be worried. I'm not on birth control. And even though the chances aren't nearly as high of getting pregnant this way, it does still happen. It's not completely unheard of. But instead of freaking out and crawling my ass off his desk, I rock my hips, meeting the slow thrusts of his finger. God, you're fucking perfect. His voice is still more of a growl, accent thicker than usual. I've never felt anything as good as your tight little cunt wrapped around my finger. Never tasted anything as good as the way you taste when you come on my tongue. And never once have I ever allowed my sperm inside a woman. He groans and gives me one more slow thrust before pulling his finger out and bringing it to my lips, offering it to me. I don't hesitate. Opening wide, I latch onto him and suck him in. His eyes darken, almost closing in ecstasy as he watches me taste us. What the fuck are you doing to me, principessa? He whispers, not understanding this thing between us any more than I do. I just know it's there, and that there's no use fighting it. I'm just about to tell him that when there's a knock at the door that freezes me in place. And it's only after I hear someone yelling in Italian and not Russian that I'm able to relax enough to take a breath. Dominic hollers something back, and then gives me an apologetic look before pulling my dress back down. I know we can't stay in his office all day, but I was hoping for a little more time to get myself together before having to face anyone else. I don't know how in the hell I'm going to pull off hiding how I'm feeling. I've never been good at it. And that's with little things, not massive secrets like Dominic Alessi just made me come with his mouth and then stuffed me full of his sperm secrets. He senses my fear and cups my face. Relax, principessa. I don't know what's happening between us, but I do know that you have nothing to fear. We'll figure this out together. His lips caress mine as he whispers, You have no idea how much I love knowing that you're going to be dripping my seed underneath that pretty pink dress.
Chapter 9. Dominic. I look down at Natalya's post-orgasm face. Flushed cheeks, glassy eyes, messy hair. Fully aware that this isn't going at all how I'd planned. I thought I could control myself around her, that I could keep her here safe and untouched. But I'd been so fucking wrong. Because I can't keep my damn hands off her. She feels like she's mine, and every instinct I have is telling me to grab onto her and never let go. I'd shoved my cum into her for fuck's sake, and I'd very nearly fucked her, taking her virginity on my desk like a goddamn animal. Dominic, I need to talk to you! I groan at the loud string of Italian Alessandro is yelling at me through the door. Cupping Natalya's face, I kiss her one last time. I'm completely addicted to her taste. Her tongue, her pussy, her skin. I can't get enough of her, and I want it all for myself. I'm sorry. I have to let them in. He might have some news. I understand, she whispers, looking up at me with the warmest expression on her beautiful face. No one looks at me the way she does, so open and trusting and guileless. Her innocence draws me to her. And it's not just that she's a virgin, although I'd be lying if I said I didn't fucking love the fact that I'm the only man to ever touch her. It's more than that. It's a natural sweetness that I've never found in anyone else, and I crave it like my next breath of air. Pulling back, I tuck my cock back in my pants and straighten my shirt. Natalya quickly puts her panties back on and goes to sit in one of the leather chairs in front of my desk, right before I tell Sandro he can come in. The door opens a second later. He walks in, looking irritated at having to wait in the hall. But as soon as he sees Natalya, his mouth lifts in a grin and he shoots me a very amused look. Natalya, this is my cousin Alessandro, but we all call him Sandro. He and his brother Dario came back with me from Italy to help me run things. She stands and gives him a smile, holding her hand out so they can shake. It's nice to meet you. Sandro's grin widens. It's very nice to meet you too. His eyes take in the messy desk and the files and paperweight that I'd forgotten to pick up. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Natalya's cheeks turn a deeper shade of red, and as adorable as she is when she's embarrassed, I quickly come to her rescue and tell my cousin, Of course not. Did you have something to tell me, or did you just decide to knock on my door for no reason? When he hesitates, I say in Italian, Sandro, spit it out and then get the fuck out. He laughs and looks between the two of us. Sticking with Italian, he says, You sure this is a good idea, boss? She's a Melnikov. He gives another small laugh. And really fucking young. I didn't bring you over here for relationship advice. Now tell me what the fuck is going on. The amused glint stays in his eyes, but he finally starts talking. Dario and a few men caught a lead. They're looking into it now, but he's pretty confident they're going to have someone to question soon. Why the fuck didn't anyone tell me? Natalya jumps at the sound of my angry Italian, but I give her a quick smile that Sandro doesn't miss to let her know everything's okay. He lets out another soft laugh. I texted you several times. Seems you were distracted and missed it. Fuck. I grab my phone from the desk and see all the messages I'd missed. I'd been so focused on Natalya's sweet pussy that I hadn't even heard them come in. Now more than ever, I need to get my focus back where it should be. If something happens to her because I'm not doing my job properly, I'll never forgive myself. I want to know as soon as you hear anything. Do you know where Dario is at? He's on our side of the city, and no one said a word to anyone else. I know he's telling me that the Russians don't know yet, so I give him a nod and say, let's keep it that way for now. I want to see what we're dealing with first. The Alessi family has a good working relationship with the Bratva, but that doesn't mean I tell them every damn detail. I run my Mafia how I want to, and I don't want them involved in this until I know for sure what we're dealing with. Plus, I know that if I were to mention it, all the Melnikov brothers would be over here insisting they get to question him first. And I can't have that. I want to see this fucker first. Sandro nods his agreement and then gives Natalya another smile, before walking out and shutting the door behind him. With a sigh, I scoop her into my arms and take the seat she was just sitting in. She nestles up against me, her small body fitting perfectly in my lap. Her head rests on my shoulder while her fingers softly play with the back of my hair. I've gone my entire life keeping women at arm's length and being perfectly fine with it. But there's something about Natalya that makes it impossible for me to keep any distance between us. When I see her, I want to touch her. When she's close to me, I can't keep my goddamn hands off her. What did he say? I kiss her forehead and run my fingers through her long, dark hair. Nothing that you need to worry about. She blows out a heavy breath against my neck. So it's going to be like that? I smile at her tone. Like what? Like you not telling me what's going on and keeping secrets from me? My dad and uncles do the same thing, and I hate it. Do you think maybe they do it to keep you safe? I know that's why they do it, but I still hate it. How am I supposed to keep myself safe if I don't know what in the hell is going on? I'll make you a deal, principessa. I'll always tell you as much as I safely can. How about that? So what can you tell me now? My fingers keep working through her hair while my other hand rests on her thigh with my thumb lightly stroking her soft, bare skin. Dario and some of my men are following up on the lead, and it's possible we might be able to question someone soon. At first, I think she's going to demand more information that I'm not willing to give, but instead, she leans closer and presses her lips to my neck, giving me a soft kiss before whispering, "Thank you, Dominic." Jesus, she has no idea the power she has over me. One look from her, one whispered plea, one touch of her lips against my skin, and I fucking melt. I never expected to feel this way about anyone, I admit. She lifts her head, studying me with her blue eyes. Feel what exactly? I drag a finger along her jaw, taking in the sight of her, memorizing every detail so I'll never forget it. Like I'll never be able to let you go. Her beautiful mouth lifts into a stunning grin, and I can't help but return it. You just had to be Lev's daughter, though, didn't you? Jesus Christ. She laughs at the exaggerated groan I give and cups my face so she can run her fingers through my light beard, something I've noticed she loves to do. Is it true my dad shot you the first day he met you? My shoulder aches at the memory. The bullet had done a lot of damage, and it had taken months of physical therapy to get myself back to where I wanted to be. I'd been so fucking pissed at him. It's true. Your dad and Daniil thought they was trying to take Simona, but then they found out that they wanted the same thing they did, to find the bastards who were running the sex trafficking ring. Long story short, we started working together. I give a small shrug. They've grown on me over the years. Why did you want to find them? I raise a brow at her. They didn't tell you? They don't tell me anything. I thought we'd already established that. I can't help but smile at her tone. She keeps stroking my cheek while she says, I know my Aunt Alina was taken and that it nearly killed my Uncle Matvey. I know my dad and uncle spent 2 years searching for her, and I know whatever happened was really terrible. She has a phoenix tattoo on her wrist, and it's covering some deep scars, kind of like how my Uncle Matvey tattoos cover his burn marks. But I don't know where hers came from. When I ask her, she just smiles and says, it's a reminder that our pain doesn't have to define us, and that beauty can still come from the ashes. Her hand stills as her eyes meet mine. What does all that have to do with you? If anyone else were asking, I'd tell them to fuck off. But this is Natalya, the woman I've already fallen so fucking hard for, and I can't deny her anything, including the truth, even if that means breaking my heart to give it to her. I had an older sister. Her name was Isabella, and I loved her very much. She was kidnapped while on vacation in Italy, and then her beaten body was found in the North Sea. She brings her other hand to my cheek, cupping my face so gently while bringing her forehead to mine. I'm so sorry, Dominic. I had no idea. You remind me of her a little bit. You share her stubbornness and refusal to listen to me. Natalya gives a soft laugh, and she's so close I can feel the heat of it against my lips. What happened? Did you find the man who took her? Daniil found him for me. She hesitates before whispering. What did you do? Gently fisting the back of her hair, I pull her back so she can see my face. I killed him very slowly, principessa, because that's the kind of man I am. He killed someone I loved, and I made sure he regretted that before he took his last breath, just like I'm going to make the man who shot at you pay for what he tried to do. Someone hurt you, and they will die a painful death for it. It's as simple as that. I want her to see the truth of what I'm saying. I need her to know the kind of man I am, because if she wants to run screaming from me, now's the fucking time. No one hurts what's mine, principessa. Instead of jumping off my lap and running away in horror, she gives me the sexiest smile, reminding me whose daughter she is when she leans in closer and gives my bottom lip a soft suck before whispering against my mouth. What's yours, huh? Yes, what's mine? I run my tongue along her top lip, the one I'll never be able to get enough of, and say, I don't know how in the hell I'm going to keep you, but I'm going to find a way. You better, she whispers back. Your dad's going to try to shoot me again. I say it as a joke, but we both know it's true. Lev is not going to take this news lightly. He's going to want to kill me, and I can't say I blame him. If he knew half the things I want to do to his sweet daughter, he'd make sure the next time he shoots me is a headshot. I'll stand in front of you. You're not the only one who protects what's theirs. Her words shocked the hell out of me. She's crazy if she ever thinks there will come a day when I will allow her to put herself in danger for me. But I can tell she's deadly serious. She'd park her tiny 5'0" body right in front of me and risk her life for mine. Not because she's forced to, but because she wants to. It's the kind of sacrifice that most aren't willing to make, but I know she means it. You are never to put yourself in danger for me, principessa. Never. I tighten my grip on her hair and kiss her softly. But it's so goddamn sweet that you want to. I feel her smile against my lips as one of her hands runs up my forearm. Looking down, she gently traces the octopus that covers a large part of my inner arm, like she instinctively knows there's something personal about this one, something that goes deeper than the rest of the art that covers me. Her finger traces one long tentacle. What made you decide to get this? Isabella loved the sea. She always talked about how she wanted to be a marine biologist, but because of who her family is, she never had the freedom to pursue her dreams. Octopuses were her favorite. She was always telling me about how intelligent they are. I got this tattoo after her death. It helps me to remember the happier times I had with her instead of the rage that I still feel every time I think about how she was taken from us. It's very beautiful. She lifts her face so our eyes meet again. I'm so sorry for what happened to her. Her death hurt like nothing else ever has, and I was lost to my pain for a very long time. But I'm slowly learning how to be happy again. I pull her closer and kiss her again. I'm happy when I'm with you, principessa. Her smile lights up her whole face. I'm happy when I'm with you too. I'm just about to kiss her again when my phone buzzes. Knowing what's going on with Dario, there's no way I can ignore it. I give her one quick kiss anyway before I read the message. Got them. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Natalya feels my body tense, and her first instinct is to cup the back of my neck and ask, Are you okay? The tension leaves her face when she sees me smile. Everything's fine. Stop worrying about me, principessa. That's my job, not yours. I do need to take care of something, though. I kiss her again, needing to taste her once more, and she softens against me, kissing me back with a hunger that surprises me. She'd come hard. I'd made sure of that. But it's obvious she's not even close to being satisfied. It hurts my pride to leave her like this, but there's no way in hell I can resist questioning the man they're bringing me. I want to know who's behind this and why they're targeting Natalya. I want a fucking name. And when I get my hands on that fucker, I'm going to make sure he knows that he made the biggest mistake of his life when he put a target on my girl's head. Giving her tongue one last suck, I pull back and groan at how swollen her lips are, the top one even more plump than usual. God, you have the sexiest mouth I've ever seen. I run my thumb over it, wishing she was on her knees again. I'll be as quick as I can, but this might take a while. Why don't you call your dad back, and then maybe he can visit with Lucia in the kitchen? I know she'd love the company. She'll also make sure you get some lunch. I can't stay with you? No, sweetheart. Not for this. She nods, but I can tell she doesn't like to be excluded. There's no way she can be involved in this part of my life, though. It's not safe for her, and I'll never do anything that puts her life at risk. So, with a heavy sigh, I lift her sweet ass off my lap and set her down. She watches me stand, eyeing the erection that's pressing against my pants with a hungry look in her eyes. I give her a wink and readjust myself. I cup her face and kiss her forehead. I'll come and find you as soon as I'm done. Okay. Forcing myself to let her go, I leave my office and head down the hall. I have a room set up in the basement for situations like this, and I know that's where Dario is going to bring him. Sandro meets up with me by the basement door and gives another small laugh. You ready? Of course, I tell him. Let's get some fucking answers. He opens the door, letting me go first, and I take the stairs quickly, eager to get my answers. The basement is nice. It's not some damp concrete room like in a horror movie. It's actually too nice. The plush carpet and cozy leather furniture didn't lend itself to interrogation. Lucia was sick of getting bloodstains out of the carpet, and there wasn't anything to muffle their screams except the door at the top of the stairs. I'd had to get creative and transform one of the rooms into something more appropriate. The carpet was ripped out, and soundproof padding was added to help block out the noise. That's the room I'm headed towards when the door opens and I hear a man yelling in Russian. Dario steps out, shutting it behind him, muffling the screams as he gives an annoyed sigh. He won't shut the fuck up, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't speak a goddamn word of English. Fuck, I mutter, scrubbing a hand over my jaw. I don't want to bring the Melnikov brothers into this yet. I'm not ready to hand everything over. I'm not ready to hand Natalya over. I'm sure with enough motivation, he'll remember his English. I'm all set to carve this fucker up, forcing him to remember the English he learned all the way back in grammar school when Sandro says in Italian, "Your girl is curious, Dominic." I look over my shoulder, seeing a flash of pink dress before she disappears around the corner. This is not what we agreed on when I left her in my office. Nice and safe and far away from the dangerous Russian who may have very recently tried to kill her. "Principessa!" I holler out to her, letting her hear the displeasure in my voice. I'm not a man who likes to be disobeyed, and the fact that she's the one who's done it is the only thing that's keeping my temper in check. I round the corner and catch her right as she's about to bolt back up the stairs. Hooking an arm around her waist, I pull her back against me. "This isn't what we agreed on," I remind her in case she's forgotten the conversation we had less than 5 minutes ago.
"I'm sorry, I was curious, and then I heard him yell that he was going to kill you all."
"So, you heard that and thought getting closer was the smartest option?" She turns her head so she can glare up at me. I still have her in a tight grip, and the fire in her eyes is quickly making me hard again.
"I thought I could help, and I can help, Dominic."
"No, you can't, and I don't want you anywhere near him. It's not safe."
"So I suppose you've learned Russian since the last time I saw you?"
I raise a brow at her sarcasm.
"Yeah, I didn't think so. Let me translate for you. I can help."
"He might be the man who tried to kill you, and he doesn't know you're here, and I'm damn well going to keep it that way. He doesn't get to look at you, Principessa. I know what I'll see in his eyes if he does, and then I'm going to end up killing him. And if I do that, then I can't question him." She wiggles around so we're chest to chest, and instead of being intimidated by the anger that's radiating off me, she reaches her hands up and cups my face so she can pull me closer. Smiling, she gives me a soft kiss.
"Then blindfold him."
I laugh at the easygoing way she says it. Like it's a no-brainer and something I probably should have already thought of. "He'll hear your voice when you translate," I remind her. "And I don't want him to know you're here. I'm pretty confident this man will never see the light of day again. But what if he does? It might be a 1 in a million chance, but it's still a chance I'm not willing to take. Not with your life. Not fucking ever." Pulling me even closer, she turns her head and brings her lips to my ear.
"Then I'll whisper so only you can hear me. Please, Dominic. Let me help you."
When I hesitate, she brushes a soft kiss against the shell of my ear, and I swear I feel her smile when she hears me let out a resigned sigh. I give her ass a soft smack. "You're not very good at obeying rules, are you, Principessa?" She shrugs and pulls back with a smile.
"It depends on if I agree with the rule."
"Jesus, you're going to have a very sore ass, sweetheart." Her eyes widen at my words, but before she can say anything, I holler out to Dario in Italian. "Blindfold him!" I ignore the soft laugh Sandro gives and waits for Dario to tell me it's done. When he does, I cup Natalya's face so she can see how serious I am. "Not a word. Do you understand? You will stay with me, and if at any time I feel like it's not safe for you to be there, I'm going to have one of my men take you from the room. I don't care if you kick and scream the whole goddamn way."
"I understand," she whispers. "I agree, so you don't have to worry about me disobeying you."
How fortunate for me. I'm so happy you agree, Natalya. This time, she's the one lifting a brow at my sarcasm. I pick her up because I'm not about to spend the next hour hunched over so she can reach my ear. She wraps her arms and legs around me while I rest an arm under her ass, keeping her dress tucked in so no one else gets a view of her. No one sees this body but me. When we pass Sandro, I give him a look that screams, "Don't you dare say a fucking word." He smiles and nods at Natalya. She gives him a small wave, but remembers to not say anything because the door ahead is open, and apparently, because she agrees with me, she's going to listen. How the hell I've started taking orders from an 18-year-old, I'll never know. But I carry her ass into the room to where the blindfolded Russian is waiting for us. He's sitting in a black metal folding chair with his hands tied behind his back. Dark tattoos cover his arms and neck, and the t-shirt that's straining against his chest makes it clear he keeps himself in shape. He might be low-level, but he takes his job seriously. Whether or not he's serious enough to endure torture for his Bratva remains to be seen. He hears us walk in and turns his head at the noise, no doubt trying to picture what's going on in his mind and trying like hell to figure a way out of the mess he's landed himself in. Looking over at Dario and Sandro, I give them a nod and they immediately walk to stand on either side of the man. I see his body stiffen when he hears their footsteps draw near. He says something in Russian, and Natalya presses her mouth to my ear.
He said you fucking Italians are going to die for interfering in Bratva business.
I ignore his threat and ask him in English. Do you speak English? When he doesn't answer, I switch to Italian and ask if he understands that. He makes no attempt to answer and shows no signs of having understood anything. When he hisses out another long string of Russian, Natalya says,
He's saying that he doesn't understand a word you're saying, and that you can kiss his ass.
She presses a soft kiss to my ear.
I'm going to speak very slowly, and I need you to repeat after me.
I cup the back of her head and whisper in her ear.
What are you doing? She whispers back. We're going to get some information from him.
And the heat of her breath hitting the shell of my ear sends a shiver down my spine. This side of her shouldn't turn me on as much as it is. I like that she snuck out and came looking for me. Not that I'll ever tell her disobedient ass that. But I like her courage, her fearless attitude when it involves me. It scares me that she'll put herself in danger one day, but I can't help but get turned on by it too. When I give a soft nod, she very slowly whispers words to me in Russian that I do my best to imitate. They don't sound near as good coming out of my mouth as they do hers, but the man jerks his head up, surprised but obviously understanding me.
You just asked him what Bratva he works for,
Natalya explains. I give her ass a soft pat to let her know I appreciate her help, and I feel her smile against my cheek. When the man answers, she whispers,
He just told you to fuck off and then insulted your mom.
I bring my mouth to her ear.
Things are about to get loud and unpleasant. Are you sure you want to stay? Yes, she quickly whispers back. I want to help.
Don't turn around, principessa, I tell her before looking at my cousins and telling them in Italian what's been said. Her fingers play with the back of my hair, and it's the oddest interrogation I've ever been involved in. Holding something precious in my arms while looking at a man I'd very much like to rip apart piece by piece is making my damn head spin. Dario gives the guy a hard enough punch to loosen some teeth, and Natalya flinches at the sound of it. After several more punches, he spits out a glob of blood and a few teeth. It narrowly misses Sandro's nice shoes, which only earns him another hard hit to the jaw. The man lets out a pain-filled groan while I repeat the question in Russian. This time when he mutters something, Natalya whispers,
He says they'll kill him if he says anything.
I cup the back of her head and run my thumb along the nape of her neck.
Tell me how to ask why they're specifically targeting you.
Like before, she whispers the words slowly in Russian while I say them out loud. The man groans and opens his mouth, stretching out the stiffness before answering the question.
He said it's because I'm Lev's daughter. We continue the very slow process of me whispering to her what I want to say, and then her telling me the words I need to speak and then translating his answer. Every once in a while, I stop and fill my cousins in on what's going on. I stick to Italian when speaking to them, since I'm guessing this guy probably knows a little bit of English, even if it's not enough for him to actually speak it. When it's obvious the man is still not telling me everything, Dario steps in, delivering a few well-placed punches that leave the man gasping for air. And if his hands weren't tied behind his back, he'd be clutching his broken ribs right now. Natalya burrows her face against my neck and hugs me tighter. Our bodies are pressed together so tightly that I feel the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. It's a wild rhythm that makes it hard to concentrate on anything other than her. As soon as he can speak again, he tells me what I want to know. Natalya slowly translates, and the story begins to unfold. Lev rarely does any underground fighting anymore, but a few months ago, he'd stepped in the ring and won. Not unusual considering Lev is undefeated, but he'd unknowingly beat and humiliated Alessi Zolotov, son of Adrian Zolotov, Pakhan of the Zolotov Bratva. They want revenge, and rightly assumed that killing his daughter would hurt Lev far worse than shooting him. "How do I ask him if they know where you are now?" I whisper in Natalya's ear. She tells me, and I repeat it. I see the man shake his head before he says, "Niet, niet." I don't need her to translate his no, and I let out a relieved breath at knowing that at least they don't know where she's at right now. If he's lying, Lev and his brothers will get the truth out of him. But for now, I have the information I came in here to get. "Thank you," I whisper against her ear. Her reply is a slow lick of her tongue along my earlobe before giving me a soft suck. When I feel her teeth graze my skin, I squeeze her tighter and whisper, "Behave, principessa." She doesn't laugh, but I swear I can feel how badly she wants to. Looking to my cousins, I tell them to watch him while I call the Melnikov Bratva to come pick him up. Sandro's eyes run over the way I'm still cupping Natalya's ass, and his smirk is undeniable. "Not the fucking word," I tell them both, even though I know I don't need to. Their loyalty is to me and the Alessi family. They would never tell an outsider about anything that takes place within these walls or within our organization. I carry Natalya out of the room and back upstairs, not stopping until we're standing outside the guest room she was supposed to stay in last night. She lets out a soft moan of pleasure when I open the door and she sees the bed. "About time," she says, making me laugh. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not what you think. You can't be in my room when your dad comes here. He needs to focus on getting rid of his threat and not on trying to kill me for touching his daughter." I set her down on the bed, and she quickly gets on her knees so her face is close to mine. "You can't keep putting me off, Dominic." "You don't think so?" Her eyes narrow, but then soften when I slowly slide my hands up her dress so I can cup her ass and pull her closer. Cupping her cheeks, I give her a good squeeze and then slide my palm down the crack of her ass until I'm cupping her pussy from behind in a possessive grip that screams ownership. I know she can feel it. I know she understands that I'm claiming her sweet pussy is mine before I've even touched her with my cock. It's mine. Even now, even completely untouched, it's fucking mine. "You're making it very difficult for me to behave, Dominic." I smile when she rocks her hips, trying like hell to grind against my hand. I squeeze her tighter, letting her feel a few seconds of pleasure before pulling back and smacking one round ass cheek. Meeting her surprised eyes, I give her a wink. "I'm not your daddy, principessa, but that doesn't mean I won't spank your sweet ass like I am if you disobey me." The soft moan she gives almost makes me lose control. She has no idea how badly I want her. No fucking clue how many times she's been mere seconds away from me bending her over and ripping her panties aside before burying myself inside her. I wonder if she'd be so brazen if she knew the dark thoughts that constantly run through my mind when she's near. Studying her sweet, hungry face, I let out a soft laugh because of course she would be. There's a sweet innocence to Natalya, but there's also a fire inside her, a stubborn streak that comes out when she really wants something. And right now, that something is my cock. Stay here and be a good girl. I need to call your dad and let him know what's going on. I'd also like to have a chance to get rid of this hard-on that his beautiful daughter caused before I have to see him. Her mouth curves up in a sexy grin while she snakes a hand between us, palming my length and giving me a squeeze that has me biting back a groan. I could help you out with that. That's very kind of you, but I'm pretty sure it'll go away once I leave this room. She drags a nail along my head, and even through my pants, I feel every part of her touch. When she starts to massage my dick, I groan and fist the back of her hair tight enough to sting. You are a very stubborn woman, I whisper against her lips. Do you want me to be hard when I talk to your dad? Is this how you want him to find out about us? No. She ghosts her lips over mine. I want you to let me take care of it before you talk to my dad. Her offer is tempting, damn tempting, but I know we don't have time. Lev needs to know what's going on, and if Natalya gets me off, then I'm going to get her off, and one time won't be enough, and soon it'll be the middle of the night and nothing will have been done about the threat we're facing. I can't let that happen. Not now, anyway. Unable to resist her completely, I soften my grip on her hair and cup the back of her head, pulling her against me so I can kiss her. I could lose myself so easily in her lips. She softens against me, opening her mouth and submitting completely, and fuck, do I love it. One of her hands cups my face while the other continues to tease my cock with a mix of featherlight touches and a firm kneading of my shaft that has me rocking my hips for more. Why is it so goddamn hard to let you go? I murmur the question against her lips in between kisses. What the hell have you done to me, principessa? She smiles and nips at my bottom lip. The same thing you've done to me, she whispers. Hurry up and do what you need to do, Dominic, and then come back to me. I'm not the man who's used to taking orders, sweetheart. Grazing the back of my knuckles along her chin, I memorize every detail of her face. But I find myself wanting to do every damn thing you ask of me. In that case, get naked and give me what I want. I laugh, enjoying this lively side that's starting to come out, and give her ass another smack. I said I want to do everything you ask, not that I will. She sighs and gives my cock one last squeeze. At least you want to, I guess. That's gotta count for something. It counts for a lot, I tell her, meaning every word. You have a power over me that no one else has ever had. I let out a soft laugh and caress her jaw. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Her smile spreads across her beautiful face. You'll learn to love it. Laughing, I give her one more kiss before finally letting her go. I'm going to call your dad, and then I'm guessing he'll be here in a few minutes with his brothers. I'll send him up here before he leaves so he can see for himself that you're okay. I lightly drag the pad of my thumb over her kiss-swollen lips. I'm going to leave so we can both calm down, because if your dad or uncle see us right now, there's no way in hell they won't be able to tell we were just making out like a couple of teenagers. She lifts a brow at me and smiles. I am a teenager. Jesus Christ. I shake my head at the reminder that she's only fucking 18 years old. It's so easy to forget when we're together. She doesn't act her age. There's a maturity about her that makes it very easy to forget how young she is. I feel drawn to her, and I know at this point I couldn't stay away from her even if I wanted to. The truth is, I've fallen hard for Lev Melnikov's daughter, and I won't be letting her go. I kiss her forehead and then force myself to back away. Stay in here, principessa. I'll be back soon. Her sweet smile is the last thing I see before I shut the door and walk away, putting some much-needed distance between us. I wasn't kidding about not wanting to greet her dad with a heart-on. It's going to be difficult enough to face him now that I know what his daughter's pussy tastes like. Sending him a text while I walk, I tell him I have someone and to get over here as quickly as possible. His response is immediate. We'll be there in 20. With the Melnikov Bratva on their way, I alert my guards at the gate, letting them know to expect them soon before I head back downstairs to check on my cousins, pushing Natalya from my mind as best I can. I need to keep her safe, and I can't do that if my head is in the goddamn clouds. I've always been calm, cold, and in control. But the second she called me for help, all that went to shit. In the last 24 hours, my men have seen me lose my composure and run out of the house to meet Natalya, scared to death that she was hurt, hold her and comfort her like she means something to me, and carry her to my bedroom. They may not know exactly what's going on, but they know something has changed. They know she means something to me, and it's a reminder that one day others will know. Dangerous men who want me dead will know that hurting her is the way to hurt me. And just the thought of her being on their radar sends an icy chill down my spine. I can't let anything happen to her. I won't fucking allow it. Keeping Natalya safe has just become my #1 priority. My sweet principessa thinks her dad is strict, but it's nothing compared to the rules I'm going to have in place.
Chapter 10. Natalya. I pace the floor of the guest room while I call Svetlana. It barely rings before she's answering and asking me a million questions at once. Laughing, I try to talk over her and say, "Breathe, Sveta. Too many questions, and I can't hear a single one of them because you're talking too fast." She pauses, taking the first breath since she answered. "What the hell is going on?" I flop back on the bed and sigh. So much I don't even know where to begin. Start with the other night. They said you were shot at and that Grigory's in the hospital. What the hell happened? I fill her in on the details, and when I get to the part where Dominic carried me into his house, she lets out a soft hum of approval and says, "Now we're getting to the good stuff." Relax, he just wanted to make sure I was safe. Uh-huh. I ignore her sarcasm and give her an update on Grigory and a very PG-rated version of events. Part of me wants to tell her every detail, but a bigger part of me wants to keep it just between Dominic and me. It feels private and just for us, and I really want what we shared to stay that way. I do tell her we kissed, though, because I'm only human and she is my best friend. "Oh my God, is he a good kisser?" She sighs, and I can easily picture the smile on her face. "I bet he is. I mean, how could he not be? He looks like pure sin, Natalya. And now that you've had a taste, you'll never be able to get enough." I laugh, but she's not wrong. I never will be able to. He's always going to leave me craving more. "My dad is going to kill us," I say, voicing my worst fear. "He'll never forgive me for this." Svetlana's voice softens, and just the sound of it makes me feel better. "Your dad could never hate you, and you know that. Is he going to be thrilled that you've gone and fallen for a man who's only a couple years younger than him? A man he's now trusting to keep his precious daughter safe? No, probably not." When he told Dominic to keep his little princess safe, I'm pretty sure he didn't mean while you're naked and in his bed. That is so helpful, I tell her. But it makes me laugh, which was her goal all along. And I haven't been naked in his bed, just to set the record straight. I'm guessing that's not from lack of trying. She bursts out laughing after she says it. And I can't help but join in because she has no idea how accurate she is. You're terrible. She lets out another laugh. I can't help it. You're living the dream. I'm a little jealous, but I'm crazy happy for you. I'm not living anything. I'm only here because my dad thinks it's what's safest. But that's not going to last long, and then I'll have to leave. The thought makes my chest ache. And before I can start worrying and get all emotional, I say, I need to get going. My dad's going to be here any minute, and I know he's going to want to see me to make sure I'm okay. Try not to look as horny for Dominic as you did the night we went to his club. I did not. She snorts out a laugh. Whatever you say, principessa. I laugh at her terrible Italian accent and tell her bye, promising to let her know if anything else happens. As soon as we hang up, I send a quick text to Mia and Sasha through our sibling group chat, thanking Mia for the bag and letting them both know I'm fine. I know they're getting updates from our parents, but I miss them and want to reach out. I smile when Mia's message comes in. I can't believe you were in a gunfight. All the cool stuff happens to you. Sasha's response is right behind hers. Glad you're okay, sis. Mia, I can tell keeping you safe is going to be my full-time job until the day I die. She responds with an angel emoji, and then throws in a few black hearts for good measure. God, I love the two of them. Still smiling, I put my phone away and start pacing again. I know I told Dominic I'd stay in here, but it's not like me walking around downstairs is going to alert my dad to anything. It'd actually be weirder to stay up here in a guest room that looks like it hasn't been used and is devoid of all my stuff. Dominic obviously didn't think this one through. Before I can talk myself out of it, I open the door and head back downstairs. I haven't even gotten halfway down the staircase when I hear my dad's angry voice. Why the hell didn't you call me as soon as you got him? He was found in my territory by my men. Dominic calmly reminds him. I wanted to see if you knew anything before I called you. And how did you expect that to happen? Did you learn Russian while you were gone? I recognize my Uncle Ramon's voice, sounding just as pissed as my dad. You said you learned something, my dad says, jumping in again. How did you translate? Dominic hesitates just long enough to have my dad growling. You better not fucking say what I think you're about to say. The rage in his voice has me picking up the pace as I round the corner and barge into the office I'd just recently been warming Dominic's cock in. I try not to think about everything we did in this very room, while I look up at my dad and uncles before finally meeting Dominic's eyes. The look he's giving me makes it clear he's going to have some things to say once we're alone again. Princess, my dad says, walking over to me and pulling me in for a tight hug. He kisses the top of my head, and a wave of guilt washes through me. The last person on earth I want to hurt is my dad. But when I look past him and meet Dominic's brown eyes, I feel torn like I've never been before. He watches me while I hug my dad, his face completely unreadable. And when my dad pulls back to see me better, I turn my head to meet the worried look he's giving me. Are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. When he still doesn't look convinced, I smile up at him and add, I promise. Have you heard anything else about Grigory? Is he still recovering okay? My dad keeps running his eyes over me, making sure I'm not hurt. He's fine, honey. He won't ever be able to do his old job, but he kept you safe, and he'll be rewarded for that. Yeah, he'll be living the good life from here on out, my Uncle Vitaly jokes. His wife will spoil him rotten, and he'll get to relax and work on his beer gut. I'm sure he'll love that, I say, feeling guilty for Grigory in the forced retirement he's about to be handed. Uncle Vitaly steps closer. Are you kidding? He's always talking about how he would love to live in a cabin on the lake and spend his days fishing and drinking beer. He's going to be thrilled. Daniil just hooked them up with a beautiful cabin. And Gregory's wife is already having their things moved so he can go there once he's released from the hospital. She thinks it'll help with his recovery to get him out of the loud city. My dad, refusing to be distracted, runs a hand over his jaw, and I watch his lip ring move with emotion. How does Dominic know what was said? I give my dad a big smile. Because I translated for him. His jaw hardens and I can feel the anger start to radiate off him. So I quickly add, I wanted to help, and we made sure that the man never saw or heard me. He has no idea I'm here, Dad. And how the hell did you manage that? He asks. My eyes dart to Dominic. He's standing near his desk, arms crossed over his chest and wearing a very obvious, let's see how you get your sweet ass out of this one look on his gorgeous face. I force my attention back to my dad. He was blindfolded, and I whispered what he was saying. Then I told him how to ask certain questions in Russian. It's not a big deal, Dad. It didn't last long, and the guy had no idea I was there. My dad turns to Dominic. I can't believe you let her do this. Dominic sighs and perches on the edge of his desk, resting his hand on the exact spot where he'd eaten me out. His fingers drum on the hardwood, and I feel my face start to flush. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think she was safe, Lev. I can't take my eyes off the way he's still softly tapping his fingers. And when I finally look up, his dark eyes bore into mine, letting me know that he knows exactly what he's doing and how it's affecting me. Uncle Matvey starts talking to my dad in Russian, telling him that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea, but I can barely focus on that. All I can do is watch Dominic. And when he smacks the top of the desk with his open palm, I give a small jump and my heart races. Yeah, he's pissed I disobeyed him and came down here. He gives me a very pointed look and smacks the desk again, letting me know it'll soon be my ass. My dad and uncles look over at the noise, but Dominic's perfect mask is back in place, and he's no longer looking like he wants to bend me over and spank my ass red. Do you want to know what we found out? He asks them. I want to punch you so fucking hard right now, my dad says. But yes, obviously we want to know what the hell you found out. Dominic ignores the punch comment and says, he works for the Zolotov Bratva. Apparently you recently beat the shit out of Alexei Zolotov. His dad runs the Bratva. He wasn't pleased about you humiliating his son, so he thought going after Natalya would even things out. My dad thinks for a minute. The only fight I've done recently was with some stupid fuck who talked a lot of shit but couldn't back it up. I'm guessing that stupid fuck was Alessi? Natalya asks. I had no idea, my dad says. He kept his shirt on so I didn't see any tattoos. He'd spoken Russian, but it's not unusual to find Russian speakers in a city this big. I never would have guessed he was in a Bratva. He was such a... He stops, searching for the right word until my Uncle Vitaly laughs and says, Pussy? My dad shrugs. I mean, yeah. I fought him, won, and didn't think anything else of it. He looks back at Dominic. So because I beat this little shit up, his daddy is getting revenge by attacking my family. It looks that way, yes. Dominic answers. My dad looks back down at me, and I can see the determination and the my mind is made up look in his eyes. You're coming back with me. I'm going to assign extra bodyguards to watch the building, and you're not leaving the apartment until this is taken care of. I think I'm safer here, I quickly say, looking to Dominic for help. She's right, leave. I tried to hide how much it means to me that Dominic immediately stepped in to help. I don't want to leave. I'm not ready to walk away from whatever the hell is going on between us. And I can tell he doesn't want me to either. If he didn't want me here, I wouldn't be here. A man like Dominic doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do. He's always in control. And I'm drawn to his dominance in ways I can't explain. How the hell is she safer here? Dominic watches my dad, and then looks to my uncles. They don't know she's here. They have no idea where Natalya is right now, and we need to keep it that way. They're looking for her, but this is the last place they'll ever think to look." "He's right," my Uncle Daniil says. "She's safer here, Lev. For now, at least. We need to question him." My Uncle Roman motions toward the hall. "Where is he? Downstairs?" Dominic pushes off from his desk and starts walking out the door. "I'll bring you to him." My dad and uncles follow, and since no one stops me, I tag along. Once we're back downstairs, I see Dominic's cousin sitting on the couch. The door where we questioned the man is closed, and I'm guessing he's still in there tied to the chair. Dominic points to the couch. "These are my cousins, Dario and Alessandro." He then points to my dad and uncles. "These men run the Melnikov Bratva." Starting from the left, he goes down the line. Roman, Daniil, Matvey, Vitaly, and Lev. His brown eyes meet mine, and I hear the soft sigh he gives, clearly not pleased that I haven't run my ass back to the guest room. "Natalya, you already know, of course." Sandro gives me a quick smile, no doubt remembering how I'd been wrapped around his boss not too long ago, whispering into his ear. But Dario keeps his attention on my dad and uncles. Eventually, he gives them a slow nod to acknowledge their presence. My dad turns to rest his hands on my shoulders. Speaking in Russian, he asks, "Are you sure you're okay staying here? If you want to leave, we can make it work. Maybe you could go to the farmhouse, or you could stay with Sveta." "Dad, it's okay. I'll be fine here. I don't want to make things harder or put anyone else at risk. You don't need to be worrying about this when you need to be focusing on stopping this guy. Will Mia and Sasha be okay? What about Sveta and Yelena?" "All the kids will be on lockdown," my dad says. "Hell yes, they will be," my Uncle Matvey adds. "A threat on one of us is a threat to the entire family." Uncle Roman joins in. "If they can't find you, it's very possible they'll go after someone else." They see my worried look, and Uncle Daniil says, "Don't worry, no one is allowed to go anywhere right now or be left alone. We already have extra men watching over everyone, and I'm going to find out everything I can about the Zolotov Bratva. We'll also be questioning the guy Dominic's men found." "We're going to end this, princess," my dad tells me, squeezing my shoulders and kissing the top of my head. "I love you. Now go upstairs because your part in this is done. I don't want this asshole anywhere near you." "I love you too, Dad. Be careful." He gives me a big smile that pulls his lip ring to the side. "Always, princess." Uncle Vitaly sends off a quick text. "I'm going to pick up Val, Luca, and Max. I'll meet you guys at the warehouse." He gives me a grin, reminding me so much of Sveta. "It's time to teach some interrogation techniques. These pearls of wisdom need to be passed down." I can't help but laugh at his excitement. My family is so fucked up, but I love them all so goddamn much. I give them each a hug and tell them to be safe before turning to go back upstairs. I chance one quick look back to see Dominic staring at me. One corner of his mouth lifts up just enough for me to see the secret smile, and then it's gone. And he's leading the others to the closed door. I know he won't open it until I'm gone, so I go back upstairs, knowing my dad won't be coming up to look for me. I bypass the guest room and go back into Dominic's. Being in his personal space calms me, and when I lay down on the bed and hug one of his pillows to me, I can smell him on the sheets. The spicy cologne that I can't ever seem to get enough of surrounds me as I snuggle in deeper. The huge picture of Bernini's sculpture hangs on the wall directly in front of me, and I study it while I wait for Dominic. I'm just as intrigued by it as I was the first time I saw it, and make a mental note to send Sveta a picture of it. I know she'll love it purely from an artist's standpoint. I wish I had even a smidgen of her artistic talent, but I can't seem to get beyond stick figures. She gets so annoyed when I ask her to draw in front of me, because I'm constantly interrupting to ask her how in the hell she does it. She keeps telling me I could learn if I practice enough, but I'm not so sure about that. My eyes run over Hades's hand and how it's gripping Persephone's thigh. I'm not so sure the talent involved in something like that could ever be fully learned. I'm guessing I could eventually move beyond basic stick figures, but I'm pretty sure a lifetime of practice would never have me creating the next Mona Lisa. I'm still lost in the lines of the sculpture when I hear the door open behind me. Sitting up, I turn and watch Dominic enter the room, shutting the door behind him. He must be exhausted, but he walks toward me like a lion stalking his prey. His dark eyes run over me, lingering on the way my dress has hiked up my thigh. I can tell he's still angry that I didn't stay in the guest room like he had told me to. But when I start to apologize, he holds up his hand. My words die in my throat. Not because I'm so quick to follow orders, but because I'm surprised by the barely contained rage behind the movement. I don't want to hear your apology, principessa. His accent is thicker, voice deeper, and when he puts his hands on his hips and shakes his head, I'm distracted by the olive skin of his forearms and the obvious veins that disappear under his rolled-up shirt. That vivid octopus tattoo is going to be the end of me. His angry string of Italian jolts me out of my haze, and I bring my eyes to meet his. He's still pissed. That much is obvious. He keeps his dark eyes on mine and hisses out another sentence. I don't understand a damn bit of it, but each word has my panties growing a little wetter. I lick my lips and say, "Please tell me that means get naked and spread your legs for me in Italian." He barks out a harsh laugh, disbelief written all over his face. I'm torn between wanting to spank your ass red and wanting to fuck you so hard you won't be able to walk for days. A blush creeps up my chest at his words. I've seen this man's cock. I know this isn't an idle threat. And even though part of my brain is screaming at me to clamp my thighs shut and protect my innocent pussy, the other part must be stronger because it already has me opening my legs in invitation, while I almost purr out a yes, please. Dominic notices and sighs. Don't fucking tempt me, principessa. I'm barely hanging on as is. Then let go, and take what you want. Natalya, he warns, closing the distance between us until he's standing right in front of me. He towers over me, reminding me of our size difference. But instead of scooting away from him like he's probably secretly hoping I will, I get up on my knees and rest my hands on his chest. Your dad was just here, he reminds me. But he's not now. He reaches a hand up, sliding his fingers into my hair and cupping the back of my head, holding me in place as he steps closer. Our chests are almost touching, and I can feel the rapid beat of his heart against the palm of my hand. Bringing his other hand to my face, he grazes the back of his knuckles along my cheek. How long before he notices the way you look at me? My breath catches in my throat, and I can't look away. I'm caught in his stare, the intensity in his dark eyes, and the hunger that's right below the surface, boiling and ready to spill over. I'm tired of him holding back. So I take a breath and move my fingers to the top button of his shirt. Natalya. He growls in warning when I pop open the first button. I start on the second. I can hide how I'm feeling. He raises a brow at me. Since when? The pad of one finger runs along my cheek. I know when a woman wants to fuck me, sweetheart. And you've been giving me fuck me eyes since I saw you at the farmhouse. Someone's going to notice. My fingers still at the casual fuck me eyes comment. I'd been hoping this might be something more to him. But if he's just going to lump me into the large pool of women who just want a quick fuck from him, then I have no desire to take this any further. His head tilts as he watches me, immediately noticing the change in my demeanor. Keeping my gaze focused on the button my fingers were just working on, I say, I think I might have misread things. When I start to pull back, he grabs my wrists, holding me in place. Misread what? His voice is soft, but there's an edge to it. What you want? And what do I want, principessa? Pulling one of my hands up, he drags his nose along the inside of my wrist, inhaling the scent of my skin. My heart races at the intimate touch, and the gentle way he's holding me in place. A quick fuck, I whisper. A one-time thing. He gives a sexy laugh, the heat of it hitting my sensitive skin before he places a kiss on my inner wrist. His eyes meet mine, and the heat in them has me parting my lips. Quick is not something I want with you. He kisses my inner wrist again. Hours, days, years. He pauses, gauging my reaction before whispering, a lifetime, against my skin. And as far as the one-time thing you're so worried about, that was never going to happen. I knew the second I laid eyes on you that one time would never be enough. Dominic, I whisper, watching him slowly kiss a line down my arm. I know you're scared and this is all new for you, but please don't ever insult me like that again. I would never treat you like that. I would never fuck you and toss you aside. I want you, Natalya. All of you. And once I have you, I'm not letting you go. The wet heat of his tongue runs along the inside of my elbow, causing a shiver to run down my spine and a growing ache to bloom between my legs. His lips press against the spot he just licked, sucking me gently and making me rethink my position on elbows not being sexy places on the body. I had no idea the crook of my arm was so goddamn sensitive. Damn, I whisper, making him give a soft laugh before lifting his eyes to mine. I could teach you so many things, principessa, but the choice is yours. If you don't want this to go any further, then you need to tell me now. I'll walk out that door and never lay another hand on you again. My heart races at the thought of him leaving, and my hand grips his forearm like I have the physical strength to hold him in place. His lips quirk up in the sexiest grin at my instinct to latch onto him. What's option 2? I whisper, already knowing I want nothing to do with option 1. Option 2? He hovers his mouth over my skin and meets my eyes again. That's where I spend the night fucking the sweet body and making it mine, principessa. And once it's mine, it will never be anyone else's. My eyes grow heavy-lidded at his words, and I try to pull my arms free so I can wrap them around him, but he tightens his grip on me. Holding me in place, he gives me another slow, teasing lick along my inner arm. Dominic, I whisper, needing to touch him. Please. Ignoring me, he straightens back up and looks down at me. Choose wisely, sweetheart. Once I slide into you, it's the only cock you're ever going to have. I will never share you, and I will never let you go. My head is spinning with everything he's said, and my anxiety starts to rise. I know how I feel about him, and I know it's not going to change, but what about him? So I ask the question that terrifies me. What if you decide you don't want me anymore? What if you don't like it? What if I'm not good at it and you decide you want someone else? The thought of him with another woman causes an ache in my chest, but I'd rather know now instead of later. His face softens when he looks down at me. He lets go of my arm so he can cut my face and press his body to mine. I haven't even looked at another woman since I saw you step out of that car, Natalya. You're all I can fucking think about. I would never be unfaithful to you. He gives me a sexy smile and drags his finger along my jaw. And there's no way in hell you could ever be bad in bed. You're way too goddamn sexy when you come on my face. Your soft whimpers. The way you rock your hips and pull my hair. Fuck, principessa. You were made for me. He drags the pad of his thumb along the seam of my lips and lets out a sexy groan. If you're going to choose option 1, you need to do it now. Why's that? I smile against his thumb, unable to resist teasing him a bit. So I can bury my head between your legs again and convince you that you made the wrong choice. I smile and kiss the pad of his thumb. You're very confident in your skills. He gives another deep, sexy laugh, and my whole body melts at the sound. I love seeing him like this. The armor is down. The weight of the world no longer sits on his shoulders, and with the big, unguarded smile on his face, he looks so much younger than his 43 years. Leaning closer so our lips are almost touching, he whispers, "I'm very confident in your body's reaction to me." To prove his point, he closes the distance and gives my top lip a soft suck while dragging his fingers down my spine. I let out a soft gasp and melt against him, opening my lips for more. "Do you see how perfect you are?" he murmurs, teasing me with another soft lick. His hand trails lower, tracing my spine until he reaches my ass. Filling his palm with one cheek, he gives me a squeeze and presses me even tighter against him. The hard length of him digs into my stomach, and all I want to do is get him naked and inside me. "Do you want this?" He rocks his hips and nips at my lip again. When I nod my head, he squeezes my ass harder. "I need to hear you say it, principessa." "Yes, I want this," I whisper, already reaching up to start on his buttons again. "You want what?" His mouth lifts in a sexy smile as he rocks his hips again. "You know what I want." He smiles even bigger at my tone, and the way my cheeks are turning red. Pulling back just enough for him to see me better, he drags a finger along one of my flaming cheeks. "I know exactly what you want, Natalya, but I want to hear you say it." His finger runs over my mouth, lightly grazing my lips. "I want to hear those filthy words come from your sweet mouth." Cupping my face and ass, he lightly grazes my cheek with his nose, breathing me in before he whispers, "Say it, sweetheart. Say, Dominic, I want your cock inside me. Tell me that you don't care that I'm more than twice your age, or that I'm friends with your dad. Let me hear you say it, principessa." The hand on my ass slips lower before he snakes it under my dress and inside my panties, filling his palm with my bare cheek. He massages me, digging his fingers in and kneading my round ass until I'm practically purring at how damn good it feels. When he dips lower and cups my bare pussy, he growls something in Italian and holds me tighter. "You're so fucking wet." His accent is thicker, and the sound of it has me wetting his fingers even more. When he feels it, he groans and rests one finger along my soaking wet slit, pressing in just hard enough to part my lips without sinking fully inside. When I clench around his finger, he groans and growls, "Jesus fucking Christ, principessa, trying to pull me in." "Maybe. Tell me." He presses in just a bit harder. "Fucking beg me for it." I'm all set to hold out because I like the push and pull we have going. But then he brushes the pad of his finger along my clit, and I'm done for. "Please," I beg. When he just raises a brow at me, I add, "I want your cock inside me, Dominic." I'm rewarded with another soft stroke along my clit. "I don't care that you're more than twice my age." My knees nearly buckle when he drags his finger along my sensitive folds, making every part of my body throb with need. "And?" I meet his gorgeous eyes. "And I don't care that you're friends with my dad." "Good girl," he groans, and very slowly slides his finger into me. "This is mine, principessa. Say it." "This is yours," I whisper, clutching his shirt as he fingers me faster. "What's mine?" I let out a frustrated groan that has him fighting a grin. "Oh, my pussy," I tell him. "My pussy is yours, Dominic." "Only mine?" "Yes." Sliding my hand down, I grip the hard length of him. "And what about you?" I don't miss the soft laugh he gives. "What about me?" "Is this mine and only mine?" I massage his cock, feeling it grow even bigger as he strains against his pants, desperate to break free and claim me. He closes his eyes, rocking his hips and leaning into my touch. The sight of him so obviously enjoying my touch is the sexiest goddamn thing I've ever seen. Is it? I ask again. And this time when he opens his eyes to meet mine, the raw hunger in them steals the breath from my lungs, keeping his finger buried inside me. He brings his other hand to wrap around mine, squeezing me so I'm gripping his cock tighter. This is yours, principessa, and only yours. No other woman will ever have it. I'm not a good man, sweetheart, but I'm a man of my word, and I'm giving it to you now. I am yours, and you are mine. I'm done fighting it. As soon as the words leave his gorgeous lips, he's pressing his mouth to mine and kissing me like he'll never be able to get enough. He fingers me from behind as he sucks my tongue further into his mouth. The soft strokes against my inner walls pull feral groans from my body as I clutch his shirt with one hand and his cock with the other, using both to pull him harder against me. I'm going to need you to get naked, now. I pant the words out in between kissing him, feeling his lips pull up in a smile. He slides his finger out of me with a deliberate slowness that has me arching my back and letting out a needy whimper that would embarrass me in any other situation. You're so beautiful when you're like this, principessa. So desperate for what only I can give you. He keeps his eyes on mine as he brings his wet finger to his lips, slowly sucking it clean. I will never get tired of tasting you. So fucking delicious. He cups my face and runs his tongue along the seam of my lips, giving me a hint of my own juices. I think I might be addicted to you. He's not joking when he says it. Instead, he looks completely serious and slightly stunned. You don't have to look so dumbfounded by it, I say, coming to my own defense. But I am. Nice, Dominic. That's exactly what I want to hear right now. He smiles and runs a hand up the side of my dress. You're so fond of pink, but I think red might suit you better. When you get upset, you release your claws, principessa, and go for blood. When I start to argue, he brings a hand to my neck, tightening his fingers just enough to cut off my words and startle me into silence. He smirks at the angry, wide-eyed look I'm giving him. Like I said, claws, sweetheart. But don't try to bleed me just yet. I never wanted relationships or love or kids. The very idea of it has always terrified me and made me feel like I couldn't breathe, but then I came back to America and watched you step out of Svetlana's car in that pink dress and those fucking heels. He groans and shakes his head. Those fucking goddamn heels. I haven't been able to get you out of my mind. I can't stop thinking about you and wanting you and wishing I had you. It's driving me fucking crazy. I grip his wrist and he loosens his grip on my neck just enough so I can speak. And what about now? What do you want now? The dark look in his eyes as he takes in the sight of me should be a warning. It should remind me of how dangerous he is. But instead, it just makes me want him all the more. What do I want now? His voice is low and strained, and I can tell he's trying to keep himself in check. Yes, I whisper. What do you want? I want to fuck you. I want to slide into you so deeply that you'll never be free of me. I want to mark you as mine. I want to hear you scream my name and beg me for more. And I want to fill your pussy with so much cum you'll be dripping it for days. I want every fucking part of you, principessa. And I don't know what in the hell to do about that. Then do it, I say, surprising the hell out of him. Do everything you just said. You want me to fuck you raw? Yes, I tell him, meaning it. If it were anyone else, I'd be yelling fuck no and getting my ass the hell out of here. But this isn't just anyone. And the idea of Dominic fucking me skin to skin and coming inside me has my whole body humming with pleasure and about to burst. You don't know what you're asking. I smile and start working on his buttons again. I know exactly what I'm asking. So are you going to give me what I want? Or not? He gives me another sexy grin. The ones I'm quickly becoming addicted to, and tightens his grip on my neck, pulling me closer so our lips are almost touching. I'm not convinced you can handle it, principessa. I've been using all my willpower since you came into my home, and I'm about at the end of it. He kisses me hard, letting me feel his strength. The power behind his touch and the way his body is softly shaking as he tries to restrain himself. I'm terrified I'm going to break you in two, little one. He groans and bites my top lip before sucking the pain away. I don't want to hurt you, he admits, and the pain in his voice has me reaching up to cup his face. I trust you, Dominic. I know you won't give me more than I can take. He still doesn't seem convinced, so I kiss him again and say, I trust you with my body, and I trust you with my heart. I know you won't break either one. Letting go of my neck, he slides the palm of his hand down so it's resting on my heart. His brown eyes meet mine as he whispers, Never, principessa. Kissing me gently, he murmurs against my lips, I'm trusting you too, Natalya. I'm trusting you to not break my heart, because I wouldn't fucking survive it, sweetheart.
Chapter 11. Dominic. She looks surprised by my confession, but every word of it is the truth. I lost my sister, and it nearly killed me. To lose Natalya would be the end of me. I don't open my heart easily, I never have. But I can't keep it closed off when I'm with her. She gets under my skin, burrowing to the most vulnerable parts of who I am, and makes herself right at home. Like she was always supposed to be there. Being in love isn't something I ever wanted, but I'm helpless to resist the woman in front of me. And I'm sick of trying to fight it. Life is too goddamn short, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that I want to spend whatever is left of mine with her. Undress me, I tell her before pressing my lips back to hers. Her shaky fingers work my buttons while I delve inside her sweet mouth, needing as much of her as I can get. Impatient, she races through the last two buttons and then jerks my shirt out of my pants and yanks it down my arms. I smile against her mouth, loving how eager she is, and drop my arms so the shirt can fall to the floor. Keep going, I whisper, looking down so I can watch her. Everything about her is small in comparison to me, and I hope like hell I can keep myself in check. But the truth is, all I want to do is spread her thighs and slam into her as hard as I can. Tonight is going to test me like nothing else ever has. She gets my belt undone and then pops the button before slowly unzipping my pants. My cock has been straining against my pants since I walked into the bedroom. And I swear I've never been this fucking hard in my life. Take me out, principessa. Wrap that small hand around my dick and pull me free. She licks her lips, having no idea what the sight of it does to me, and runs her fingers over my abs like she's trying to memorize every detail of this moment. She's not the only one. I'm going to be replaying this night in my mind for the rest of my life. Her fingers dance along my abs and around my waist, tracing the tattoos that mark my skin and sending little shockwaves of pleasure through every part of me. You're driving me crazy, baby. Take my cock out before I lose my goddamn mind. The words are meant to be a growl, but I know them for what they are. A desperate plea for her to have mercy on me because I don't know how much more of this sweet torture I can take. I wasn't lying about my fears. I'm scared to death I'm going to lose all restraint and fuck her little pussy bloody. I don't want to tear her if I can help it. I want to do this right. I want to go slow, and I want her to love it because I plan on fucking her a lot. Slipping her hand into my pants, I feel her fingertips graze my shaft as I hiss out a breath. Her touch is soft and hesitant and not at all what I need. Harder, principessa. You won't hurt me. She wraps her slender fingers around me as best she can and pulls me out. I breathe a sigh of relief when my cock is free of the constraints of my pants. Running her hand up my shaft, she pulls another groan from me with her delicate touches and eager curiosity. Get me naked. This time, I don't have to ask her twice. She pulls on my pants, stepping off the bed so she can tug them all the way down. Grabbing one foot at a time, she rids me of my shoes and socks before yanking my pants off the rest of the way. She's breathless in her excitement, and when she stands back up, she's wearing a proud grin and drinking in the sight of my naked body that's now on full display. You're so beautiful, she whispers, making me smile at the awe in her voice. I step closer and grab her hands, bringing them back to my body. I'm glad you approve, because I'm the only naked man you're ever going to see, principessa. Well, that hardly seems fair. You've seen lots of naked women, and I'm supposed to be content seeing only one naked man for the rest of my life? I raise a brow at her teasing tone and close the distance between us, letting my cock dig into her stomach. She's more than a foot shorter than me, so she's forced to tilt her head back to meet my eyes. I cup the back of her head, fisting her hair and tilting her back even more, because I like the way it exposes her neck to me. I like how fragile she looks. I tighten my grip on her, pulling just hard enough to sting. I'm going to enjoy fucking that attitude out of you, principessa. I slide my free hand down her side, slipping it under her dress so I can palm one of the round-ass cheeks I'll never be able to get enough of. You're going to have more cock than you're going to know what to do with, sweetheart. There won't be any room left in your head for anyone but me. I'm going to make sure you're always sore and always walking around with a satisfied smile on your face. If you ever look at another man with longing, then I'm not doing my job right. And, sweetheart. I wait until her eyes meet mine and then lean in closer. I always do my fucking job right. Releasing her hair, I grip her dress and pull it over her head in one quick motion. The fabric slips through my fingers and falls to the floor at our feet, leaving her in nothing but a lacy pink bra and matching panties. I drag the backs of my fingers over her breast, watching her nipple harden beneath my touch, straining against the delicate lace. You're stunning, I tell her, filling my palm with her small breast. She lets out a soft moan, leaning into my touch. I'm going to worship every inch of your body, principessa. You don't need to worry about other women, because you've already erased them from my mind. There's no one but you. There will never be anyone but you, Natalya. Her lips part in a gasp when I give her nipple a tender squeeze before reaching around to unhook her bra, letting it fall to the floor. My eyes take in every inch of her perfect tits as my hands skim lower to hook under her panties, roughly tugging them down to puddle at her feet. I step back so I can see her better, feeling pre-cum leave my body to drip down my shaft. It's my first time seeing her fully naked since the glimpse I got of her in the tub. I've seen pieces of her since then, but never the whole thing all at once, and the sight takes my breath away. All I can do is stare at her like it's my first time seeing a naked woman. A blush rises up her chest, and she shifts her weight from foot to foot, watching me like she doesn't quite believe what I'm saying. I don't like seeing her doubt how I feel. I don't ever want her to question what's between us or my loyalty to her. Closing the distance again, I pick her up, smiling when she quickly wraps her arms and legs around me like there's nowhere else she'd rather be. Her light blue eyes meet mine, reminding me whose daughter she is and what's at stake if we take this further. Are you sure about this? There's no going back once I'm inside you, I warn her, but the truth is there's already no going back. Not for me, anyway. If she wants to stop, I'll stop, but I'm not letting her go. I'll wait for however long it takes to convince her she's mine, and I'll kill any fucker who tries to come between us. Natalya Melnikov is officially off the fucking market. She calms my racing mind when she smiles and says, "I'm sure." I feel her smooth pussy against my cock, and when I grip her hips and slide her up and down the length of me, coating my shaft in her juices and the cum I'd pushed into her earlier, she whispers my name and clasps her hands behind my neck, squeezing her body tighter against mine. Walking to the bed, I slowly lower her onto it, keeping my body hovering above hers. She still has her legs and arms around me, and when she rocks her hips grinding against my dick, I growl her name in warning. Dragging my nose along her jaw, I inhale her sweet scent and kiss her ear before whispering, "If I didn't know any better, I'd swear you were trying to get me to slam into you. Is that what you want?" I nibble and kiss her skin, sucking on her earlobe and grazing my teeth along her skin. "You want me to tear you apart, little one?" I give a wicked laugh when I hear her soft gasp and feel her legs tighten around me in an effort to close them and protect her sweet virgin pussy from the big cock that's knocking at the damn door. "Yeah, I didn't think so. Be a good girl, Natalya, and let me do this the right way. I know what you want, and I know what you need, so stop being so defiant and let me give it to you." "I'm not being defiant," she argues. "I just want you inside me." "And I will be, sweet girl. But first I'm going to get you ready for me." "I feel pretty damn ready." I laugh at her tone and give her earlobe a soft bite. "Not even close, baby. Want to guess how I know that?" "How?" I lift up and meet her eyes. "Because you're still able to form words." Her mouth opens like she's trying to come up with a smart-ass comment, but then it closes when she realizes she doesn't have one. Wow, stunned into silence. First time for everything, I guess. This time when she opens her mouth, I'm pretty sure she knows exactly what she's going to say, but I don't give her the chance. As soon as she parts her lips, I press my mouth against hers and kiss her like I'll never be able to get enough. And I won't. No matter how many times I taste her, it will never be enough. That's not going to stop me from trying, though. My tongue delves inside, licking and claiming every part of her mouth as mine. I told her I wanted to mark her body, and I meant it. After tonight, there won't be an inch of her body that I haven't touched in some way. It's all or nothing when it comes to her. And I want it all. Her nipples drag along my chest as I rock my hips, sliding the length of my cock along her slit. She digs her heels into my ass, meeting my movements so I'm hitting her where she needs it and whimpering into my mouth when I run my head over her swollen clit. I give her tongue one last suck and then kiss my way down her neck, sucking and licking and biting her delicate skin until I reach her breasts. They rise and fall with her heavy breathing. The sight of her heaving chest, nipples so hard they must be aching, pulls a groan from my body as my hips speed up. The perky fullness of her tits has me enthralled. Every time I thrust up against her, they bounce in a way that has me fucking hypnotized. Catching one bouncing nipple between my lips, I suck her in, filling my mouth with her soft flesh, gorging on her sweet body, and making her arch her back off the bed and fist my hair. She moans my name, and it's the sexiest thing I've ever heard. Flattening my tongue, I run it over her sensitive skin, flicking it against her nipple at the same time as I run the head of my cock over her clit. "Fuck," she whimpers, fisting my hair tighter. "Don't you dare stop." I give her a soft bite, reminding her that I don't like to take orders, but all she does is laugh and say, "I told you you'd get used to it. Now keep doing what you're doing and make me come." If it were anyone else, I'd be walking out the damn door. but it's Natalya, and I'd do anything for her. I'm still me, though, so I can't resist giving her one last hard suck, slowly pulling back until her wet nipple pops from my mouth. Bringing my face to hers, I tease her clit with the head of my cock. Don't stop what? I ask, looking down at her heavy-lidded eyes and flushed cheeks. She's soaking wet and I'm dripping pre-cum, so it's easy to run my length along all her lit-up nerve endings, so fucking slippery. It would be so easy to part her lips and press into her, but I resist the strong urge and keep teasing her. I circle my hips again, watching as she parts her lips on a gasp. Don't stop this? Don't be mean, Dominic. She pouts, and it's so goddamn cute I can't help but laugh. Leaning down, I kiss her gently. I could never be mean to you, principessa. Do you have any idea how many times I'm going to make you come tonight? She shakes her head, letting out another moan when I stroke her clit harder, bringing her right to the edge. Her body shakes and she clutches me tighter, desperate for her release. Sucking her top lip, I smile against her and whisper, "Let me show you just how nice it can be." Her whimper fills the space around us, and as sexy as it is, it's not whimpers I want to hear. I want screams. I want my name on her lips as she comes harder than she ever has in her life. Rocking harder against her, the friction builds, and I know she's only seconds away. Come for me, principessa, I growl against her lips. Let me hear how much you love coming on my cock. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, she's bucking up against me, back arching, body tense, and a look of shocked amazement on her beautiful face right before she screams my name and lets go. The wet heat of her release hits my cock, coating me and soaking me so goddamn good. The slippery, erotic sounds fill the room, and I have to grit my teeth to keep from joining her. Her pussy lips part against my shaft, and I can feel her clenching around me, begging me to slide in and fill her to the point of pain. Fucking hell, I growl, knowing I can't take much more. She's still in the throes of her orgasm when I position myself against her tight opening. I could stretch her with my fingers, but I don't want to risk breaking her hymen. I want to do it with my cock. The thought of her blood marking my skin awakens something inside me. Something primal, something possessive, and, if I'm being honest, something that should probably remain asleep because the wildness of it isn't something I think I can contain. Cupping her face with one hand, I stretch my fingers along her skin, holding her in place as I slowly start to slide into her. Eyes on me, principessa. I want to see you when I make you mine. Her blue eyes are glazed. She's still drunk on her orgasm, but she gives a soft nod and digs her fingers into my shoulders, clinging to me as I very slowly slide the head of my cock into her. Her body stiffens right as her pussy clamps down and tries like hell to prevent me from sinking in even further. She hisses out a breath, digging her pretty pink nails into my skin, but all it does is make me harder. I'm torn between wanting to tear into her and wanting to be as gentle as I can be. She's so much smaller than me, petite and fragile compared to my brute strength, and it brings out two warring sides of myself. The violent Mafia Don, and the man who's desperately in love with the woman shaking beneath me. They both want her, and I'm left playing referee between the two. Resisting the urge to brutally slam into her and claim her with one hard thrust, I very slowly slide in another inch, feeling her soft inner walls tense, and then finally give way as something tears inside her. Her blue eyes widen, boring into mine as her brows furrow and her lips thin from the pain of her small body making room for me. She feels impossibly tight. Her wet heat clenches around my head, trying to force me out. But instead, I give her another inch, because this is mine, and her body needs to learn that. She slowly opens for me, just like I knew she would. Leaning closer, I kiss her gently, feeling the tears hit the hand that's still cupping her cheek. "You're mine," I whisper against her lips. "And you're spreading so good for me, principessa." "You're too big," she whispers back, digging her nails into my skin even harder. I smile and bring my hand down to grab her leg, hiking it up so my hand is splayed across the back of her thigh and her knee is up by her chests. Gripping her tighter, I spread her wider, moving her knee to the side so she's laid bare before me. Looking down, I groan at the sight. I'm barely inside her, and her bare pussy lips are clamped down on me, her arousal dripping down my shaft. And when I pull back, I see streaks of blood along my dick. "Jesus," I growl, sliding into her deeper. "I want to see you taking every inch of me, principessa. Every goddamn inch." "You'll never fit," she warns me. I give her a wink and bring my hand between us, pressing the pad of my thumb against her clit. I roll her sensitive skin in a slow circle, watching the way her pupils dilate at my touch, the way her hips instinctively rock up for more, and the way her exhale becomes a whimper. "Pay attention, sweetheart. I'm about to prove you wrong." Without giving her a chance to respond, I pinch her clit softly and rock my hips, sinking into her wet heat before pulling back out. I fuck her so goddamn gently with half my cock, feeling her body slowly start to accept me, to relax and open up for me. "You're so beautiful," I groan, running my eyes over her, wanting to see every part of her at once, but knowing it's impossible. I watch her pussy take my cock, and then watch the way her stomach tenses with each thrust, and the way her hips rock up to meet mine, the way her breasts softly bounce with each gentle thrust, and then I focus on her gorgeous face. She's no longer crying, but I can see the dried tear streaks on her skin and the way she's still tense, still finding her way through the pain to the pleasure that's starting to drown everything else out. "That's right," I encourage her. "Focus on the pleasure, not the pain." I give her another inch and use 2 fingers to spread her open, pulling back the hood of her clit and exposing every sensitive nerve ending to the thick shaft that's driving in and out of her. "Oh God," she gasps, clinging to me like her life depends on it. "I'll be whoever the hell you want me to be, principessa." I rock into her even slower, letting her feel the soft, wet drag of my cock along her exposed clit. "I'll be your god. I'll be your devil. I'll be your whole fucking world. Whatever you want, that's what I'll be." I know she's close. Her inner walls are already trembling around me, and when I lower my head, she fists the back of my hair and pulls me closer, covering my mouth with hers and kissing me with a hunger that matches my own. She's ravenous, and I'm more than ready to satisfy her. Our tongues clash for dominance, both of us wanting and needing more, but the closer she gets to her orgasm, the more she submits, letting me take the lead. I drag my tongue along the roof of her mouth, and she lets out the sweetest whimper, opening even wider for me. I'm almost all the way inside her now, each thrust going a little bit deeper, and when I feel her body start to tense, I slam in all the way, burying myself inside her. Her pussy spasms around my cock, gripping me tighter, begging me to follow her over the edge. But by some miracle, I manage to resist the pull of her sweet body. I'm not done with her yet. "Guess who fit?" I tease the words over her lips, watching as she arches her back when another wave of the orgasm hits her. I rock harder into her. Do you feel that, principessa? Do you feel how wide I'm spreading you?
Yes,
she moans, fisting my hair to the point of pain as her heel digs into the back of my thigh, using me for leverage so she can angle her hips and take me deeper. Good fucking girl, I groan, loving the way she smiles at my praise. This is the only cock you're ever going to have inside you, sweetheart. I run my tongue over the seam of her lips and whisper, Say it, principessa. I need to hear you say it.
Your cock is the only one that will ever be inside me, Dominic.
Her words are ragged, panted out with each hard thrust I'm giving her, and hearing them makes me fucking feral. I take her hard, harder than I had intended for her first time, but she's right there with me, moaning my name and scratching the hell out of my back as she chases her third orgasm. This time when she screams my name into our kiss and lets go, I go with her. Pleasure unlike anything I've ever experienced before consumes me. I cup the back of her head and snake my other arm under her, wanting our bodies as tightly connected as possible. My cock pulses as I come inside a woman for the first time in my life, and it's fucking euphoric. There's nothing between us, just my cock shooting into her and her tight pussy taking every goddamn drop I'm giving her. Natalya, I growl, holding her tighter. She presses her face against my neck, clutching me just as fiercely. This goes so far beyond fucking. I'm giving her a piece of myself that I've never given anyone before, a piece that I'll never get back. I feel more exposed than I've ever been, and I'm surprised by how much it doesn't bother me. I want to give every part of myself to her. I want her to see me as I really am. Just me. Not the Mafia Don, not the Alessi name, and not the man who's friends with her dad. Just me. The man who's completely in love with her. The man who's just made her his whole world. Even after I'm completely spent, I keep myself buried inside her, not ready to break the connection. Her fingers lazily run through my hair as she kisses first along my neck and then up my cheek until finally pressing her lips to mine in a soft, languid kiss of a woman who's completely and utterly satisfied. I can't help but feel proud and smile against her lips.
I know I don't have anything to compare this to, she whispers. But that's not normal, right? Or is it always like this?
I hear the worry in her voice, the doubt and insecurities, and I want nothing more than to take them all away. Lifting up, I cup her face and stroke her cheek with my thumb. No, principessa. It's never been like this for me. No one has ever made me feel the way you do. Nothing and no one could ever compare to this. I rock my hips gently, still semi-hard inside her, and groan at how good she feels. Being inside you is pure heaven, and I never want to leave.
I don't think I'm going to be able to walk tomorrow.
When I let out a soft laugh, she raises a brow at me.
I'm not kidding.
I know you're not, sweetheart, and I wish I could say I'm sorry, but the truth is I'm not. I love that you're going to be sore. I love that every step you take will remind you of this moment. I kiss her gently, giving her top lip a soft suck. And I love that it will be a constant reminder that you're mine, every single part of you. She smiles around a yawn that she tries to hide, but I notice it. I notice everything about her, and I know how worn out she is. I did not go easy on her, and she looks like she's seconds away from falling asleep. Not wanting to slide out of her, but knowing she needs to rest, I force myself to pull back and slowly ease out of her. Even though I'm only semi-hard and trying like hell to be gentle, she still winces. When I'm free of her body, my first instinct is to slide back in, because now that I've been inside her, Being separated from her will never feel right. I'm always going to wish our bodies were connected and that I could feel her tight pussy wrapped around me. I feel the loss of her, but when I look down and see how swollen and tender she is and the streaks of blood that still cover my cock, I know there's no way I can inflict that kind of pain on her. Wait here, principessa. I give her another kiss and then pull the covers back before tucking her in bed and walking into the bathroom. I can feel her eyes on my ass the whole way, but I don't bother covering up. I let her stare at what belongs to her. Wetting a washcloth with warm water, I bring it back out to her. I don't bother cleaning myself up. I want her blood on me. I'd keep it on me forever if I could. I'm already getting hard again thinking about the reason I'm covered in blood. I love that I'm her first, but I love that I'm her last even more. Her eyes are only half open when I crawl back into bed, spooning her from behind. Grabbing her thigh, I lift her leg and press the warm cloth against her tender skin. "Thank you," she whispers. "That feels really good." I kiss her temple and gently cup her pussy so the warm cloth stays pressed against her. "I'll always take care of you, Natalya. You're mine now, sweetheart, and I always take care of what's mine." She smiles as her eyes drift shut. I kiss her again and slide an arm under her so I can tuck her body closer against mine. She's so much smaller than me, but she fits like she was made just for me. "Rest, principessa. I'll be here when you wake." She gives a soft moan and relaxes further into me. I hold her until her breathing deepens and evens out, and then I keep holding her because I don't want to let her go. I have no idea what's going to happen when Lev finds out, but I do know that I'm never letting his daughter go.
Chapter 12. Natalya. When I wake a few hours later, the first thing I notice is the ache between my legs. I roll over to lie on my back and groan at the twinge of pain that hits me. My God, it feels like I've been fucked by a battering ram. I knew Dominic was big, but nothing could have prepared me for this. My cheeks heat up at the memory. And even though I'm sore, I wouldn't change a second of what we shared. After the initial shock of his size, he'd made sure I was feeling too much pleasure to notice the pain. I'd had no idea anything could feel like that. It had felt like we'd become one person, like we joined ourselves to each other in a way that can't ever be severed. Sitting up and looking around, I noticed that the man I now consider my other half is nowhere to be seen. Doubts start to creep into the edges of my mind. And as much as I try not to, I can't help but worry that maybe this had meant more to me than him. I have no idea how he is with other women. He said being with me was different, but maybe he says that to everyone. I don't have any experience with this. And it's not like I can call my mom and ask her if this is normal. God. Just the thought of my parents finding out about us has me breaking out in a light sweat. They're going to find out. But I can't bring myself to think about it right now. That's a worry for another day. Scooting out of bed, I slowly make my way to the bathroom. I'm scared to death that peeing is going to burn, but it doesn't hurt like I thought it would. So I'm guessing I'm just really tender, but not torn. I go ahead and brush my teeth to freshen up, and run a brush through my hair before pulling on one of his t-shirts. I love wearing his clothes, and I can't resist holding the fabric to my nose and breathing in the scent of him. I step out of the bathroom right as he opens the door and walks in. The sight of him stuns me, stealing my breath and freezing me in place. Gone is the Armani suit and perfectly polished look. And in its place is Dominic in a pair of jeans, black boots, and a tight black t-shirt that hugs his broad chest and toned biceps. And if that wasn't sexy enough, he's wearing a baseball cap that's pulled low and worn in so it fits him perfectly. "Wow," I whisper. He gives me a big smile, the kind I've only ever seen on his face when he's looking at me, and drops the bags I hadn't even noticed onto the dresser. It takes a second for the smell to hit me, but when it does, my mouth starts to water. I know that delicious smell. The mix of herbs and red sauce. "You didn't," I start to say, looking from him to the bag that has Mama Sophia's written across it. His brown eyes meet mine as he lets out a soft laugh. Lifting his cap, he runs a hand through his hair. And if it was anyone else, I'd swear he was nervous. He tosses the ball cap onto the bed and starts to walk towards me. "I've never seen you in anything so casual." He gives me another smile and shrugs his broad shoulders. Standing in front of me, he towers over me even more than usual with his boots on. I had to make sure no one would recognize me. The Don of the Alessi Mafia can't be seen walking into Mama Sophia's. Plus Lucia would kill me, so you'd better not ever breathe a word of it. I had to sneak into my own home with those bags, so you better eat every damn bite." I smile up at him. "You're such a food snob. Mama Sophia's is a nice place. Just because you don't have to be a millionaire to walk through the doors doesn't mean it's not a good place to eat." He holds up his hands. "I never said that. I just find it hard to believe that you can get really good authentic Italian food in a place that uses plastic cutlery." I laugh and shake my head. "You are so going to be eating your words in just a few minutes. I'll be expecting your heartfelt apology before the meal is over." He cups my face and tilts my head up. His hand is hot on my skin. And just that small amount of contact is enough to make my heart start racing. He leans down, putting his face close to mine. His thumb drags along my bottom lip, sending a warmth all through me. "I'll try my best to think of a proper apology, principessa." His eyes run down my body, stopping when he sees the way my nipples are already straining against my shirt. "I love it when you are my clothes. It's another reminder that you're mine, and that you belong to me." I should probably be offended by his words, but I'm not. I love how possessive he is with me, and I want nothing more than to be his just as much as he's mine. It goes both ways, and I could never settle for anything less. His other hand slides down between us until he slips it under the shirt I'm wearing. Instead of gripping me tightly, he drags the pads of 2 fingers along my sensitive folds in a feather-light touch that has me parting my lips on a soft moan. "How sore are you?" His fingers dance along my skin, making me wish I wasn't still so tender. "Pretty sore," I admit. The smirk he gives me is equal parts sin and sexy. He drags one finger slowly up my slit before circling my clit. The touch is whisper soft, and when he pulls his hand away, I grip his upper arms, not wanting him to leave. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You'll be coming again soon enough. But you need to eat and you need to rest." "I don't need to rest, Dominic. I'm not sick. I just lost my virginity." He gives me a wink and lets out another deep laugh. "You need to rest so your body can heal. I want to fuck you again, principessa. But I refuse to do it when you're still so tender." Heat flushes to every part of my body. He sees the blush that's spread across my face and neck, and gives another sexy wink before picking me up like I weigh nothing. I wrap my arms and legs around him, loving how easily we fit together. Resting one hand on his cheek, my thumb runs over the light beard he hasn't bothered to shave yet. "When I woke up alone, I was afraid that maybe you'd changed your mind," I admit, watching his face soften and his brown eyes fill with a sadness that surprises me. "I'm sorry you worried. I should have left you a note." Keeping one arm securely under my ass, he brings the other one up to cup the back of my head, threading his fingers through my hair and pulling me closer so our lips are almost touching. Me changing my mind about how I feel is not something you need to worry about, principessa. I'm not a fickle man. I don't claim to have feelings only to change my mind a few hours later. When he presses his lips to mine, the kiss is slow and deep. Without words, he exposes himself to me, letting me see the truth of things. Even though he hasn't said the words, I feel the love in his kiss, the longing, and the need. And I give him the same in return. I don't hide how I feel about him. I open my mouth and hold him tighter. Because the truth is, I've fallen just as hard for him as he has for me. There could never be anyone else. He's completely ruined me for all other men. No one could ever compete with this man. With a groan, he pulls back and rests his forehead against mine. Please don't ever doubt me again. You're mine, just as much as I'm yours. But what about other women? I voice the one fear that refuses to completely leave. You've been single your whole life, Dominic. And now you're just going to give that up? Yes, he says without hesitation. You're going to turn away all the gorgeous women who probably line up on a daily basis for a chance to be with you? Yes. He says it again like it's a no-brainer, and he can't understand my confusion. Why would I want to be with them when I have you? I don't even bother trying to answer that question, so he keeps talking. You're all I want, and I don't feel the faintest desire to be with anyone else. Why on earth would I risk losing you by cheating on you with some random woman that I care absolutely nothing about? He's so sincere when he says it. And even though the man is 43 and never been in a serious monogamous relationship, I don't doubt what he's telling me. I can either spend every second I have with him worried and paranoid, or I can trust him at his word. I know what kind of life I want with him. And it doesn't involve me second-guessing every damn word he says. Taking a breath, I push all my fears aside and bring my lips to his. I kiss him just as slowly as he'd kissed me, drawing it out and savoring the taste of him. His tongue slides along mine, but he doesn't take over. He lets me be in charge, even though it goes against his natural instincts. Dominic isn't a submissive man, but he submits for me. That kind of power goes straight to my head, and I can't help but deepen the kiss and rock against him. Drunk on the knowledge that the head of the Alessi Mafia is mine, and only mine. He groans against my mouth when I reach down and pull my shirt up so my bare pussy is flush against his t-shirt. I know I'm marking the black fabric, and knowing it has me growing wetter and grinding even harder. Fuck, he growls, pulling back on a pant. You're damn hard to resist. His eyes run over me, darkening when he watches me rock against him again. I refuse to fuck you right now. Not when you're so sore and not when I'm barely hanging on to my sanity. I won't risk tearing you to shreds, principessa. So stop fucking tempting me to. Dominic brings out a wild part of myself that I never knew existed. So instead of heeding his warning, I roll my hips in a slow rhythm, feeling the lines of his rock-hard abs beneath the now wet fabric of his shirt. Jesus Christ, he groans, raising his eyes to mine. I run one of the most powerful mafias in the world, and I'm being brought to my knees by a goddamn teenager. There's no anger in his voice. More like he's just completely stunned by it, and so am I. Ours is a love that shouldn't be. But now that I found him, I'll be damned if I ever let him go. I'll smile and give him a quick kiss. I'm just as stunned by it as you are. He laughs, the deep, carefree kind that I'm learning is just reserved for me, and carries me to a door in the corner that I had assumed led to another closet. He opens it, revealing a gorgeous sunroom. Windows line the walls, and there's a set of comfy-looking chairs and a small table. There's room for a lot more, but it looks like he doesn't spend much time in here, which is a shame, because even though it's dark outside, it's absolutely gorgeous. This is amazing, I tell him. He smiles and kisses my cheek. Look up. I return his smile before tipping my head back and letting out a soft gasp. Right above us is a huge skylight that covers most of the room's ceiling. Wow, I whisper. Turn out the light. I hear his soft laugh. But he gives me what I want. Still carrying me, he walks over and shuts off the light before standing in the middle of the room. We're still in the city, but Dominic has enough space here to allow for an unobstructed view of the sky. It doesn't look like the night sky at the farmhouse, but it's still beautiful, and giving me a view of the stars and the crescent moon that looks like it's smiling down on us. This is amazing. Why was the door shut? Don't you spend any time in here? Not really, he says. I look back down at him. But it's gorgeous in here. I look around at the nearly empty room. You need one of those hammock chairs, though, so you can get comfy and watch the sky. The corner of his mouth lifts up in an easy smile. This may come as a shock, but I'm kind of a workaholic. And I don't really get comfy. He says the last two words like they're completely foreign to him. I give him another quick kiss before he sets me down in one of the chairs. We're going to need to work on that, I tell him. He just laughs and leaves to go grab the food. My mouth starts to water as soon as he comes back and the smell of lasagna and garlic bread hits me. He turns a lamp on in the corner so there's enough light for us to eat with, but not so bright that I can't still see the stars and moon above us. Setting out the food. He hands me my plate and then lets out a deep sigh before holding out the plastic fork it came with. I grab it and smile. Don't be such a snob. He raises a dark brow at me and grabs his own plastic fork. I reach over and put a large piece of garlic bread on his plate. That's the best part. Too excited to eat, I sit still and watch him. Try it. He laughs at my enthusiasm and grabs the piece of bread. Looking at it, he gives it a sniff. And when I roll my eyes at him, he laughs again and finally takes a big bite. He chews slowly, and the second I see his eyes widen ever so slightly, I know I've won. I sit back and stab a piece of lasagna onto my fork. I'll be expecting that apology soon. He keeps chewing, trying like hell to not show how much he's enjoying the bread. But when he takes a bite of lasagna, there's no denying the groan of appreciation. I laugh and take another bite of my own food. I don't understand, he says in between a few more bites. How the hell is this so good and I never knew about it? You were too busy dropping hundreds of dollars at your fancy pants restaurant. I reach for my drink and take a big sip. Let me guess. They have valet and a gorgeous hostess that meet you at the door. Like you're the most special guest in the whole damn restaurant. Maybe she even has an Italian name to make it all seem more authentic. The food is good there, he says, refusing to admit it might be subpar. But not as good as this, I say, holding up my fork, the plastic tine stuffed with lasagna. I dare you to deny it with a straight face. He tries. I'll give him that. His sexy mouth tries like hell to not lift, but when I don't back down from the stare-off, he finally relents with a big smile and a soft laugh. Yeah, it's pretty damn good and better than mange bene. He points a finger at me and adds, but I won't say it's better than Lucia's cooking. I would never ask you to, I tell him, secretly loving his loyalty to the woman who's been cooking for him since he was a kid. And I'm not sure it's better than hers anyway, but it's a close second. He takes another big bite and closes his eyes in appreciation. A hidden gem. He opens his eyes just enough to give me a quick wink before he goes back to savoring the meal he was convinced wouldn't satisfy his Italian taste buds. We eat in a comfortable silence, and I can't take my eyes off him. There's something about seeing him so casual that makes my heart fill with affection for him. This man consumes me when he's near. He takes over all my senses, pushing everything else aside until I'm left with only him. Sensing me staring at him, he smiles and turns his brown eyes to mine. You're gloating, principessa. I laugh and shake my head. I am not. I knew I was right all along, so there's really no reason to gloat. So modest, he teases, before finishing off the last of his garlic bread. I use my stuffed fork to point at him. I like you like this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the Armani suits, and you look sexy as hell in them, but I like this too. He gives me one of his full smiles. Sexy as hell, huh? Yes, you know you are, Dominic. You've probably been told that since birth. Those were the first words I remember my mother saying to me. I laugh and shake my head at him. Tell me about your family. He sighs and grabs the whiskey he'd poured for himself earlier. Not much to tell. My mom died a few years before Isabella was murdered. My sister was my dad's favorite, and her death nearly killed him. I don't have any other siblings, and I put everything I have into the family business. He's quiet as he takes another drink. But then he reaches out and rests one of his large hands on my bare thigh, giving it a soft squeeze. I've lived a very empty personal life, Natalya, but I was content with it. I kept myself isolated and never let anyone in. His eyes run over me with his thumb softly stroking my skin. I can't imagine doing that with you. Good, I whisper, resting my hand on top of his and interlacing our fingers. I don't ever want you to hide yourself from me. You may not like everything you see, principessa. You look at me like I'm not a monster. But there are many people who would disagree with you. I've done so many bad things, killed so many people, and I've never lost a second of sleep over it. I am who I am, and there's no changing it. I can't walk away from this life. I would never ask you to. I get up and close the short distance between us, climbing into his lap so I'm straddling him. He groans and slides his hands up my thighs and under my shirt so he can cup my bare ass. I know who you are, Dominic. And in case you've forgotten, I know what this lifestyle is like. I would never ask you to leave what you've worked so damn hard for. I know how much you hate having bodyguards and your lack of freedom. If you think that's going to change when you're with me, you're very wrong. I'm going to be worse than your dad. I start to laugh, but he just raises a brow at me. I'm being serious, principessa. I know you are. I tell him while patting his chest. He looks down at the placating chest pat I'm giving him, and then quirks a brow at me. God, you're going to be a handful, aren't you? Possibly, but I'll try not to be, I say with a laugh. He smiles and shakes his head. Of all the women in the world, I had to fall for a smart-ass Russian. I'm half American, I remind him. Your dad is Russian enough to counteract that. At the mention of my dad, I feel a quick twinge of guilt. Dominic notices and gives my ass a soft squeeze. Look at me, Natalya. I bring my gaze back to his, and as soon as our eyes meet, I know I'd do anything to be with this man. I don't want to hurt my dad, but I can't let Dominic go. I refuse to. We'll find a way to make this work. He studies me, making sure I believe him. And when I give him a small smile and nod my head, he relaxes and pulls me closer. I'm still not wearing panties and my tender skin rubs against his jeans, making me wince and moan at the same time. He lets out a soft laugh and massages my ass in a way that makes me want to arch my back and purr like a damn cat. I was wrong about Mama Sophia's, and I believe I said I'd try to think of a way to apologize. You did say that, yes? He keeps massaging me. And right when I'm convinced his apology is going to be the world's best ass rub, he picks me up and sets me back down on a large leather chair. He puts me sideways, so I'm lying down with my legs hanging over the padded arm. It gives me the perfect view of the skylight above us. His hands run up my legs to grip my thighs and spread me wider. Reaching down, I grab the bottom of my shirt and lift it higher, exposing myself to him. So fucking beautiful, he groans, running his eyes over me. He kisses his way up my inner thigh as he whispers, I'm going to kiss your pussy better, principessa. I'm going to lick and suck every inch of your tender flesh until all you feel is pleasure. And then I'm going to do it again, and again, and again. I moan his name when he runs his tongue up the crease of my inner thigh, so close to where I need him. His light beard tickles my skin, and I can't help but arch up for more. His hungry mouth laps at my skin, kissing and sucking and marking a slow path to my center. Watch the stars while I eat your pretty pussy. Let's see how many times I can make you come before you pass out. At first, I think he's joking. But when I lift my head to see him, the intense look in his eyes makes it clear he's not. I watch in fascination as he reaches over and grabs his whiskey. He takes another long drink, but when he sets the glass back down, he's holding a piece of ice between his teeth. The feral look in his eyes has me lifting up even more. But before I can scurry away, he grabs my hips, using his tattooed forearms to press against my thighs and hold me firmly in place. Mm-mm, he murmurs, shaking his head to let me know I won't be moving anytime soon. Ducking his head, he pushes the ice back so all I feel are his cold lips as he very slowly kisses a line up my tender slit. Oh, fuck, I moan, dropping my head back again. The coolness feels amazing against my sore pussy as he kisses every inch of me, soothing my aching body in a way I hadn't been expecting. I gasp when he circles my clit with the ice, chasing the motion with a soft suck of his cool lips. The sensations are dizzying, fluctuating between cold ice and the heat of his mouth, and all I can do is thread my fingers into his thick hair and let him do whatever the hell he wants as I look up at the stars shining down on us. He acts like we have all the time in the world, like there's nowhere else on earth he'd rather be than right here between my legs. And when the first orgasm hits me, I scream his name and rock against his talented mouth, completely and utterly lost to him. He keeps going, working me through the orgasm only to throw me right into another one. He's relentless in his pursuit of my pleasure, and I'm taken aback by it. This is all about me, about making me feel good. And he's putting his heart and soul into it and giving me everything he has. I lose track of the orgasms. They run together, creating an endless wave of ecstasy that I happily drown in. Stars dot my vision, and I can't tell if they're real or caused by my erratic breathing. The last thing I remember is a heavy warmth falling over me, seeping into every part of my body, and the sound of his deep laugh that seems so very, very far away. When I wake, I'm back in his bed. And I notice two things immediately. I'm naked, and Dominic's a cuddler. His large body's curled around mine, arm draped across my chest in a tight hug with his head resting above mine on the pillow. I can tell by his breathing that he's asleep. So I keep still, not wanting to wake him. While he sleeps, I try to work through my memories of last night. I remember the meal and the amazing oral sex under the skylight. But then it starts to grow fuzzy. I remember seeing stars and how everything started to fade away. But I don't remember getting naked. And I don't remember getting into bed. My body is still sore, but it's not bad. And it feels better than it did yesterday. So I know there's no way we had sex. I'm still trying to puzzle it out when Dominic tightens his grip on me and tenses his body in a long stretch. Morning, principessa. He murmurs against my neck before giving it a kiss. Morning. I hug the tattooed arm that's still firmly wrapped around me. How did you know I was awake? I could tell by your breathing, and you were tracing my octopus tattoo. I was? I looked down at where I'd been absent-mindedly stroking his skin. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I was doing that. I was trying to not wake you. Don't apologize. If you're awake, then I want to be awake. scooting me closer so my ass is pressed up against him. My eyes widen when I feel what he'd been hiding from me. Damn. Yeah, I definitely know if we had sex last night. Your body doesn't quickly forget a cock like that. A sexual encounter with Dominic is one you carry around for a few days. I turn my head to face him, not at all surprised to find that he looks adorable minutes after waking up. Tousled hair, lazy grin, dark facial hair that's even thicker, and a mischievous glint in his dark eyes that lets me know he's thinking all kinds of sinful thoughts about me. You look way too damn good in the morning, I mutter, making him laugh. How did I get naked and how did we get back in bed? He smiles and rolls onto his back, lifting his arms in a stretch that gives me a mouth-watering view of his chest and abs, and not even remotely embarrassed by the obscene way his erection is tenting the sheets. You passed out after I made you come multiple times, and I prefer you naked. I turn on my side and lift up onto my elbow, so I can see him better. You got me naked after I passed out? He smiles even bigger. I did, yes. And then what? He doesn't even pretend to look guilty when he says, Then I jerked off onto your perfect little body and carried you to bed. I let out a surprised laugh. How the hell did I sleep through that? You were very tired, sweetheart. You came so many times. He yanks the sheet down and drags a finger up my thigh, until he's grazing the soft skin between my legs. You were so wet, principessa, and I swallowed every drop you had to give. Do you feel better today? Did the ice help? My body flushes at the memory of how damn good that it felt. Yes, it helped. I'm not as sore as I was yesterday. Good. He gives me a wink and runs his eyes over me. I'm more than happy to do that anytime you need me to. Having a naked Dominic inches away from me is a temptation that's impossible to resist. Leaning closer, I kiss along his sculpted bicep as he sighs and cups the back of my head. Where did you come on me? I ask in between kisses. I hear his soft laugh as I make my way up his shoulder. Everywhere, he admits, laughing again. I can't fucking control myself around you. I came on your pussy, and then on your stomach, and then I covered your perfect tits in my cum. He hooks a finger under my chin and tilts my face up so he can see me. You look beautiful wearing my seed, principessa. If I had my way, it's the only thing you'd ever wear. He drags his finger back down my leg until he's trailing it along the arch of my foot. And maybe those sexy pink heels. You really liked those. I love them, and you're going to wear them for me soon. I am? You are. He's just about to close the distance between us when his phone buzzes on the nightstand. He groans and reaches over to grab it. When he sees who's calling, he lets out a heavy sigh and looks over at me. I swear your dad has some sort of sixth sense. He gives me a wink before he answers with an easygoing, Hey, Lev, any news? While he listens to what my dad is telling him, he wraps an arm under me and pulls me closer so my body is nestled up against his. His fingers run through my hair while I listen to half their conversation. At one point, I feel Dominic's body tense before he says, Are you sure about that? What if he's lying? I still think this option is the safest. After a few more minutes, he says a quick bye and then tosses the phone aside. Is everything okay? I'm not ready for the answer when he gives it to me. He's on his way to pick you up.
Chapter 13. Dominic. The hurt look on Natalya's face completely guts me. Principessa, I say, but she's having none of it. She swats my hand away and sits up, not caring that she's naked and giving me a full view of everything.
So that's it then? You're handing me back over to my dad now?
It's not like that.
Then what is it like? Why didn't you tell him you wanted me to stay here?
I did, but he has new information. She looks hurt, and I hate that I'm the one who's made her feel this way. When I reach out for her, she pulls back, and it breaks my heart to see her do it. Look at me, Natalya. When she keeps her eyes lowered, refusing to give me what I want, I grab her hips and scoot her back to me so she's lying on the bed with my body hovering over hers. Look at me, I say again. She fights it for a few seconds because my girl's a fighter and doesn't like to give in. But eventually she brings her blue eyes to mine. This is not permanent. Do you understand me?
I understand that it's what you're saying.
That's not the answer I want.
Yeah, but it's the one you're getting.
I laugh at the attitude she's giving me and press my body to hers, letting her feel my weight. She's not going anywhere unless I want her to. And right now, there's nowhere else I want her to be. Cupping her face, I run my thumb along her flushed cheek. Do you have any idea how badly I want to keep you here?
Then keep me.
Her words gut me. She makes it sound so simple when it's anything but. I run my thumb over her lips and tell her the truth. I'm planning on it, principessa. You're mine, and I'm not letting you go.
Yes, you are,
she argues.
My dad's on his way to get me, right? That means you're letting me go, Dominic.
I'm temporarily allowing a separation. I correct. But it's only because I think it's the safest option for you right now.
So that's just your decision to make? I don't even get a say in it?
No, you don't. I ignore the angry look she's giving me, even if she does look sexy as hell when she's pissed. When it comes to your safety, my word will always be the final one.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I give her a wink that has her narrowing her eyes even more. You don't need to say anything because it wouldn't do any good. I get the final word when it comes to your safety, principessa. Always.
And what made you decide that I'm safer somewhere else? Or am I not allowed to even ask that?
I give her pouty mouth a quick kiss. You can always ask me anything you want. It doesn't mean I'll answer, but you can always ask.
You're impossible.
I laugh and sneak in another kiss. I warned you that I would be worse than your dad.
I was hoping you were joking.
I never joke about things like that. But I will answer your question. I don't know all the details yet, but the man they questioned told them that if they couldn't get a hit on you, then they should go after your siblings. Her body freezes at the thought of something happening to her younger sister and brother. And if that didn't work, then they were to start on your cousins. It's only a matter of time before another attack happens. And having you all spread out is making it difficult for your family to protect everyone. I need to help them, and if my men and I aren't here to protect you, then it's not safe for you to stay here. It's not going to take the Zolotov Bratva long to figure out that our families work closely together. And once they do, they'll look for you here. I look down at her, willing her to see the truth in what I'm saying. I need to know you're safe, and you need to let me do whatever the hell I need to do to make that happen. I won't lose you, Natalya. I fucking refuse to let that happen. She sighs and lifts her hands to cup my face.
You're a hard man to stay angry at.
Really? Most people find it very easy. Her soft laugh releases the tension that's coiled around my heart.
I'd better get ready to go then.
I know she's right, but the last thing I want to do is lift my body off hers. If there was any way I could guarantee her safety, I'd keep her here. But if the Zolotov Bratva attacks while I'm gone and most of my men aren't here, it's possible they could get to her. It's unlikely, but the possibility is there, and I'm not willing to risk her life. For now, it's safer if she's with her family. Lev said they were taking all their kids to the farmhouse and that they'll be surrounded by guards. No one knows about their secret house in the middle of nowhere. It's the safest place for her while I help her dad and uncles find these fuckers and take them out. Her safety and how damn important it is to me is the only thing that gets me to roll off her sweet body. I stay on the bed, watching her walk naked into the bathroom, groaning at the sight of her bare ass before she closes the door, blocking my view of her. Forcing myself out of bed, I pull on the jeans and t-shirt from last night. I'll shower and put on a suit later. Right now, I don't want to waste a second of the few precious minutes I have left with her. While she gets ready, I gather up the few things she has lying around. My plan was to hand them to her so she could put them in her bag, but I quickly decide I don't want to do that. Instead, I hang the pink dress she'd been wearing yesterday in my closet next to my rack of suits and line her sandals up next to my collection of Salvatore Ferragamo shoes. I like seeing her things mixed with mine. Pleased with my decision, I leave the closet just as she's stepping out of the bathroom. She's in another summer dress, this one a pale blue that accentuates the color of her eyes, and all I can do is stare as she walks around the room trying to find the things I just put away. "Do you know where my sandals are?" "They're in my closet." She walks over, but I stop her from grabbing them. Keeping her hand in mine, I give it a squeeze and say, "I'm keeping them here, and the pink dress you wore yesterday. But the only other pair of shoes I have are flip-flops. The sandals look better with this dress." I smile down at her. "I guess you'll just have to make do." She tries to go around me, but I grab onto her waist and lift her up, pulling her tightly against my body. "Let me keep them, principessa. I need to keep some part of you here." I smile and nip at her bottom lip. "Plus, I know how much you love your shoes and dresses. This is proof that you'll be coming back. I'm holding them hostage, sweetheart. You'll get them back when I get you back." She hooks her legs behind my waist and clasps her hands behind my neck, smiling against my lips. I slip my hands under her dress so I can cup her ass, feeling the soft lace of her panties beneath my palms. She lets out a soft gasp when I press her back against the wall. "I can't say goodbye to you like this. If I'm going to watch you walk away, then it's going to be on my terms." "And what terms are those?" Her voice is breathy and low, and when I slide one hand lower, cupping her pussy from behind, I'm not at all surprised to feel that she's already soaked through the thin scrap of fabric between her thighs. She lets out a whisper-soft moan when I drag my finger along her slit. "You're going to walk away from me sore and dripping my seed, principessa. It's the only way I'll be able to let you go." "Damn," she whispers, making me smile. "I need to feel you one last time before I have to say goodbye." Using one hand, I hold her ass up and roughly unbutton my pants, pulling the zipper down and freeing my painfully hard cock in record time. "I'd planned on giving you a few more days to rest, sweetheart, but we ran out of time." "I'm fine," she quickly says, grabbing the bottom of her dress and lifting it up to give me better access. "Someone's eager." I tease and nip at her top lip. I pull the plump lip into my mouth, giving it a suck while I push her panties aside and line myself up. She's so fucking wet, dripping onto my head and making it nearly impossible for me to not slam into her. "God, you make it difficult to do the right thing." I growl against her lips. "I'm trying to be gentle, but you're begging me with your body to be rough." She lets out a soft whimper when I slide my head in. She grips me so fucking tightly, and I watch her beautiful face as she winces when I slide in deeper. I probably shouldn't love it as much as I do, but the truth is, I love making her wince. I love seeing the flash of pain that crosses her face before it turns into pleasure. I love making my girl sore, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. fuck. I groan when I'm deeply seated inside her, and the wet heat of her pussy is clamped down around me. Holding her still, I keep our bodies locked together while I slowly kiss her. She whimpers against my mouth, deepening the kiss and trying like hell to rock her hips. I tighten my grip on her, forcing her to be still, forcing her to feel every goddamn inch of me. How the fuck am I going to watch you walk away? I whisper the question against her lips, but I don't give her a chance to answer. I rock out of her and thrust back in, stealing the breath from her lungs. She grips me tighter, her body and pussy clinging to me as I start to fuck her harder. I want to brand her with my body. When she leaves me today, she's going to feel like I'm right there with her. My scent will be on her skin, my marks will be on her hips from how tightly I'm gripping her, and my cock will have left its mark on her sweet pussy. She will ache from my touch, and I will ache from the loss of her. Dominic, she moans, gripping the back of my neck tighter. I'm close. I'm so fucking close. I feel her muscles tense beneath my hands. She's only seconds away, pinned against the wall and unable to move. All she can do is take what I'm giving her, and when she starts to come, I growl against her lips. Good fucking girl. And then fuck her even harder. Her inner walls squeeze me tighter, pulling the orgasm from my body with each tremor her body gives. Being inside Natalya is all-consuming, my newest obsession, and something I'll never be able to get enough of. I kiss her hard while my cock empties inside her, and she shakes from the force of her orgasm. Her small body is limp in my arms, completely spent and trembling, but she doesn't let go. She lazily strokes the back of my hair and kisses me so damn sweetly. I stay buried inside her, needing a few more precious seconds of us being locked together. I pull back and rest my forehead against hers. I give you my word, principessa, that this is temporary. I will get you as soon as this is over and bring you back to where you belong. You are mine, and your place is with me. She gives a soft nod and whispers, You won't change your mind? Never. I hug her against me and ghost my lips against hers, breathing in every one of her exhales, trying to get as much of her as I possibly can. I'm a goddamn glutton when it comes to her. I want every inch of her, and even then I know it won't be enough. Before you, I never would have called myself a sensitive man. I didn't think I was capable of romantic feelings, and I definitely wasn't aware of the obsessive, overprotective parts of me that were dead until you sparked them to life. You've changed me, principessa, and there's no going back. With our bodies still connected, I bring my mouth to hers, letting her feel the truth of what I'm saying in the soft kiss I'm giving her. I love you, I whisper against her lips. I'm not trying to scare you off, but I need you to know how I feel before you're separated from me. I don't want you worrying that I'm going to change my mind or that I'm going to forget about you and find someone else. Because that will never happen, Natalya. I've never felt this way about anyone before, and I know myself well enough to know I never will again. You're it for me, principessa. For a second, I'm afraid I've gone too far, that I've exposed too much of myself and scared the hell out of her. But then, her beautiful face breaks into a huge grin, and she pulls me closer and kisses me with everything she has. When I start to grow hard again inside her, she breaks our kiss and whispers, I love you too, Dominic, and you better come back for me. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face at hearing those words come out of her kiss-swollen lips. You love me? She rolls her eyes at me and fights a grin.
A little bit.
A little bit, huh? I tease, rocking into her and ghosting my lips down her slender neck.
Maybe more than a little.
She admits with a moan when I nip at the crook of her neck. I laugh and lick her soft skin before lifting back up to face her.
I promise I'm coming back for you, and I'll miss you every second that you're away from me. I'll miss you too.
She sounds so damn sad when she says it, and I hate that I have to put her through this. The truth is, it's going to hurt me just as much as it hurts her. Hell, maybe even more. I like having her near me, in my room and in my bed. I love hearing her voice, and I love how she brings this house to life and makes it feel more like a home. It's going to feel so goddamn empty without her. With a sigh, I give her one more kiss and then slowly lift her off me. She winces and I smile, because God, it just never gets old.
You don't always have to look so damn proud about it.
I laugh and set her down. Kneeling in front of her, I look up and say, "But I am so damn proud." She runs a hand through my hair, watching me as I slide my hands up her thighs and hook my fingers around her lacy panties before slowly pulling them off.
Lift your dress and show me what's mine, principessa.
Bringing both hands to the bottom of her dress, she grips the fabric and slides it up, slowly revealing herself to me. I grip her thighs and spread her wider, wanting to see everything. She's swollen and pink and dripping my cum.
This is how you should always look for me.
Unable to resist, I lean closer and lick her, pushing my seed back inside her as my tongue runs up her slit. She moans and rocks her hips, grinding gently against my mouth when I give her clit a soft suck.
Keep my cum where it belongs, principessa.
She nods and clenches her thighs together when I stand back up.
Holding up her panties, I say, I'm keeping these.
Bringing them to my face, I close my eyes and inhale the scent that I'm completely addicted to before shoving them into my pocket and tucking myself back into my jeans. My phone buzzes, and I know her dad is here, so I cup her face and give her one last kiss. She opens for me, tasting us on my tongue and whimpering for more. I have to force myself to pull away and take a step back. Letting go of you is the hardest thing I've ever done, and I want you to know I'm never doing it again. This is temporary, I say again, and it's a reminder for both of us. And it's only because your life is in danger. We're going to get rid of the threat, and then I'm bringing you back here and telling your dad the truth. She smiles and nods her head.
Okay, hurry up so you can come get me.
I smile back at her and give her a wink.
I'll do my best, principessa. And you better text me so I know you're okay. I will, she promises.
With one last look at her, I grab her bag and force myself to leave the room. She follows right behind me, and when we get to the bottom of the stairs and we hear her dad and uncles in the main room, she reaches out and runs her fingers over mine. I squeeze her hand, and she quickly pulls away right before we walk into the sitting room off the main entryway where her family is waiting. Lev walks over to give her a hug. He's here with Natalya and Roman, who smile at her and say a few things in Russian. Everything seems fine until I glance over and see the look on Vitaly's face. He's eyeing his niece with a raised brow and then turning his gaze to meet mine. His mouth hardens into a firm line, but he doesn't say anything. His look says enough. Whatever the hell he saw, he doesn't like it. I keep my face an unreadable mask and turn back to the others. So, what's the plan? Lev keeps his arm around his daughter's shoulders and says, All the kids and our wives are going to the farmhouse, and they'll be guarded by a small army. We're going to draw the Zolotov Bratva out, and then we're going to show them what happens when you threaten a member of our family. Lev said you wanted in on this. Are you sure about that? Roman asks. You'll be making enemies you don't need to make. I want in on it, I tell him. They made an enemy of me the second they attacked Natalya in my territory. I chance a quick look at her, and even though my life has taught me how to keep my emotions off my face, I can't bring myself to give her the dead stare I'd give anyone else. For just a moment, everything softens for her, and I let her see what I'm really feeling. It's so brief that no one else catches it, but her mouth turns up in a small smile before I look away, making the risk worth it. Fine, Lev says. Having your men working on this and knowing the Zolotovs can't hide in your territory will make this a hell of a lot easier. His blue eyes meet mine. I want these fuckers gone, and I don't care what it takes to make it happen. Agreed, I tell him, feeling the exact same way. All right, we need to get going. Lev reaches down and grabs the bag I'd just been holding, slinging it over his shoulder and holding a hand out to me. Thanks for keeping my daughter safe. I won't forget it. I shake his hand, feeling like a jackass, because if he knew I'd just taken his precious daughter's virginity, I doubt he'd still be thanking me. Now isn't the time for truth, though, so all I say is, you don't need to thank me. I was happy to do it. Thanks for everything, Dominic. I look down at Natalya and nod at her while fighting a grin. Of course, Natalya. You're welcome back anytime. She smiles, and I wonder if she's already feeling me slide out of her pussy. I hope she is. I hope her inner thighs grow sticky with each step she takes as she walks away from me. I want her to think of me non-stop while we're apart, just like I'll be thinking about her. They start to leave, but Vitaly hangs back. When I give him a questioning look, he says, I'll stay here and discuss some of the plans with you. You don't mind, do you? I hear the challenge in his voice, and I know he wants to talk to me about more than just the Zolotov Bratva. I give him a nod and walk the others to the door. Natalya chances a quick look back at me before getting into her dad's car. I clutch her panties in my pocket, fisting the soft fabric and reminding myself that I will be getting her back. Her home is with me now, and nothing is going to change that. When I walk back into the room, Vitaly's leaning back in one of the leather armchairs, long legs stretched in front of him, and he's holding a glass of vodka that he's helped himself to. I walk over and pour myself a whiskey and take the chair opposite him. I've never seen you dress so casually, he comments, motioning a hand toward my jeans and t-shirt. I shrug and take a drink. It happens on occasion. After a few minutes of silence that I refuse to break, he asks, Mind telling me why my niece wasn't wearing any goddamn underwear? I study him, making sure to not reveal a damn thing with my face, and calmly ask, And you would know this how? This time it's his turn to shrug. I just can. When I was younger, I thought of it as a gift, but now that it pertains to my niece, I think it's more of a curse. Maybe she ran out of fresh clothes. Maybe, he admits. He takes another drink and studies me. I saw the way she looked at you, Dominic. He sighs and leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, drink still in hand as he meets my eyes. Did you fuck my niece? Jesus, Vitaly, what the hell? He lifts the hand that's holding his vodka and points it at me. I swear to God, Dominic, I don't care what kind of truce or friendship our families have. If you took advantage of my niece, I'll fucking kill you myself. I meet his eyes and let him hear how pissed I'm getting when I say, I didn't take advantage of Natalya. He lifts a brow. You're not denying you fucked her, though. He groans and downs the rest of his vodka. Fucking hell, man. What do you expect me to do with this information? Too angry to sit still, he gets up and refills his glass before pacing the room. He scrubs a hand through his hair and takes another drink, nearly emptying the glass in one go. My loyalty is to my brother, and I can't fucking keep this from him. Before I can say anything, he holds up a hand and adds, But I'm not saying shit until we get rid of the Zolotov threat. I can't have Lev trying to kill you when all his focus needs to be on this. He paces for a few more minutes before stopping in front of me. I can't believe you let this happen. You could fuck anyone, Dominic. I know Natalya has a crush on you. That much was obvious with the way she was looking at you when you came to supper at the farmhouse. But for fuck's sake, couldn't you have just told her no? Did you have to take her goddamn virginity? He's starting to really piss me off. I finish my whiskey and stand up, not bothering to hide the anger I'm feeling. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So tell me I'm wrong. He practically begs, hoping like hell that maybe, just maybe, he's misread the entire situation. I'm not going to lie to him, though. And he sees the truth on my face and shakes his head in defeat. I love her, I tell him. God damn it. He scrubs a hand over his jaw. Of course you fucking do. He groans. He meets my eyes, clearly not pleased with this turn of events, but also resigned to the fact that he'll never be able to change my mind about how I feel. He knows me better than that. Lev is not going to be happy when he learns about this. He already shot you once, and that was before he knew you'd slept with his daughter. I remember, I say, rolling the shoulder that still aches from time to time. Well, that's nothing compared to what he's going to want to do to you now, he warns. I know he's going to be pissed, and planning on telling him after the threat is gone. Natalya's safety comes first. I won't do anything that puts her life at risk. We can agree on that at least. I want to be the one to tell him. Vitaly lets out a harsh laugh. Thank fuck, because I really don't want to do it. I've seen him break a man's jaw with a single punch on more than one occasion. No fucking thanks. He scrubs a hand over his jawline. Katya would be so sad if the next time I smile at her, I'm missing half my teeth. It's hard to look sexy when you're all gums. The corner of my mouth twitches, but I'm too depressed about having to let Natalya go to muster up a full smile. He smacks my back and shakes his head. This is not going to be easy for Lev to accept, he warns. You have several things going against you, he says, and then proceeds to make a list in case I was confused about all the ways I'm going to come up short. You're old enough to be her goddamn dad. You're a friend that he trusted to keep his daughter safe. And you're Italian. He shakes his head when he says that last one. What's wrong with being Italian? He frowns and says, It's not Russian. She's half American. I remind him like Natalya had reminded me. Vitaly laughs. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Our kids are going to be unbelievably stubborn and headstrong. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, and I'm not sure who's more stunned, me or Vitaly. His brown eyes widen in surprise before he lets out a disbelieving laugh. Wow. I wish I could stay and laugh at you, but it's my niece you're talking about, and this shit is getting weird. I remember you holding her at Matvi's wedding. He shakes his head. That's fucked up, man. It's not like I planned this, and I sure as hell wasn't thinking that I was going to marry her one day when I held her at the wedding. He sets his glass down while I take the last swallow of mine. I kind of hate you for making me keep this goddamn secret. It's a curse to be this damned observant about sexual vibes. It's a heavy burden indeed. Don't fucking crack jokes. I'm being serious. How the fuck am I supposed to look at my brothers now? He sighs again, making sure I know how pissed he is about this. Katya will know what to do.
You're telling your wife? He turns back to me.
I tell my wife everything.
Everything? I ask because for the first time I'm curious about how marriages work within the Bratva.
Pretty much. I mean, I may leave out some gruesome details, but Katya grew up in the Bratva. She knows what I do. And besides,
he says with a soft laugh,
she'd just get the information out of me some other way. The woman can be very persuasive when she wants to be.
He smiles at some memory of Katya extracting information from him and gives another soft laugh. Envy hits me hard. I've never been jealous before, especially not of married men with families. I used to look at them with pity, not envy. But hearing Vitaly talk about his wife makes me wish I had that with Natalya. I want the memories, the intimacy of a shared life, and the freedom to talk about her instead of feeling like we need to hide what we have.
I'm talking to Lev as soon as this is over, I tell Vitaly.
I love Natalya, and their place is here with me. He's going to have to accept it.
Vitaly just laughs and smacks my shoulder. It's been nice knowing you, Dominic.
He's still laughing when he walks out of the room, leaving me alone with a head full of Natalya and an ache in my chest from missing her. I pour myself another drink and make my way back upstairs to my room. I feel the loss of her even more when I step into the bedroom. She permeates every inch of this place now, and it feels so goddamn empty without her. Refusing to even look at the bed, I walk past and take a quick shower. When I'm done, I shave for the first time in a week and grab one of my suits. Her pink dress and sandals are right where I left them earlier, and the sight of them makes me feel slightly better. It's a reminder that I'll be getting her back. Before I leave the room again, I text her a quick message. I miss you like crazy, principessa. Your Uncle Vitaly knows about us, but he's not going to say anything. Your dad's focus needs to be on ending this threat. He doesn't need to be worrying about anything else right now. But once this is over, I'm telling him how I feel about you, and I'm bringing you back here where you belong. After I've sent it, I text my cousins and tell them to meet me downstairs. They each have their own rooms here, but they're rarely at the house. The next text I send is to Vitaly because the fucker spent the whole time giving me hell about Natalya and forgot to actually tell me what their plan is for taking down the Zolotovs. The first person to text me back is the one I want to hear from most. Her message effortlessly pulls a smile from me and releases the tension in my chest. I miss you too, Dominic. I'm glad you're telling him. I hate lying to my family, and I know they'll eventually learn to accept our relationship. They have to, right? Anyway, I'm going to pack some bags. We're all being brought out to the farmhouse, but they're doing it in some sneaky, covert way that's going to require several cars and take forever. I also need to take a quick shower because someone left me a sticky mess. I can't believe you made me drive home like that. I laugh while I type out a response. I like you, sticky principessa. And you didn't drive home. You drove away from it. Be careful and text me often. I love you. And yes, sweetheart, they'll learn to accept us because I'm not going to give them a choice. I refuse to let you go. I'm walking down the stairs to meet my cousins when her reply comes in. I love you too. I'll text when I get there. Be careful, Dominic. Don't you dare get yourself hurt because of me. It would be worth it, principessa. After I send the last message, I pocket my phone and follow the loud Italian coming from the kitchen. When I walk in, I see Dario and Sandro sitting at the island and a smiling Lucia dishing them out huge plates of food. She turns her smile on me, and I feel a stab of guilt about sneaking off to Mama Sophia's last night. She hands me a plate of pasta and pats my cheek. Don't worry, she'll be back.
Then she gives me a knowing wink and walks off to get the freshly baked bread out of the oven. Apparently, I'm shit at hiding how I feel about Natalya. The woman has ruined my poker face. Sandro laughs and pulls off a hunk of bread before dipping it in the shallow bowl of olive oil that Lucia set out for us.
Just think how happy our dad's going to be when he hears about this. She's not Italian, I remind him.
Sandro just smiles.
He won't care. He just wants you to have sons.
Then he lets out another laugh and elbows his brother.
He'll be thrilled when he finds out she's 18. He'll be expecting no less than 10 sons, maybe even more.
Jesus, I groan. I've just recently warmed up to the idea of having kids, but that doesn't mean I want my family planning out her pregnancies.
Thanks, cousin, Daria says. You just took the pressure off all of us.
Yeah, he did. Sandro laughs while Lucia shakes her head at us.
You boys should all be having big families. This house should be filled with children.
She gives me a pointed look.
I'm not getting any younger.
I smile and kiss the top of her head.
I'll do my best, Lucia. Oh, I'm sure you will,
she mutters, making us all laugh. With one last look around, she makes sure we have everything we could possibly need and then fixes a plate for Dr. Bianchi, adding a plate for herself at the last minute. When I lift a brow at her, she says,
I'm giving you privacy so you can talk business.
That's very kind of you, I tell her, and I give her just enough of a smile to let her know I'm on to her game.
I thought so,
she says with a grin, feigning innocence and adding extra bread to the tray before picking it up and walking out the door. Once she's gone, I pull up the texts from Vitaly that have come in and read them while we eat.
So, what's the plan?
Daria finally asks, running out of patience.
Vitaly sent me a list of places in our territory where the Zolotov Bratva has been spotted. Looks like we'll be paying a few extra visits tonight and trying to flush them out. I want everyone on this. I want this finished and done with.
Sandro smiles and raises his glass.
And then you can get your girl back and start working on those babies.
I don't bother telling him that there's a good chance one is already on the way. If not now, then soon. Because filling Natalya with my cum is my new favorite thing. And I can't see myself giving that up anytime soon. Already desperate to be back inside her, I put all my focus on getting everything ready for tonight. I don't want to be separated from her any longer than I have to be.
Chapter 14. Natalya. Tell me everything, and I mean every damn detail. I look over at Svetlana's grinning face and laugh while I collapse onto the bed. Walking away from Dominic was the hardest thing I've ever done. And then I had to lie to my family and act like it didn't bother me to leave him, which I really hate doing. I'd packed my bags, and then we'd spent hours driving around and making sure there was no way in hell we were being followed before heading out to the farmhouse. I'm exhausted, and all I want to do is sleep, but my best friend is making it very clear that I won't be getting any rest until I've told her everything. Your dad knows, I tell her, figuring I might as well start with a bang. Just not the one she's expecting to hear about. Her mouth drops open. What? How? I groan and feel my face heat up. After Dominic told me what had happened. I briefly saw my uncle Vitaly, but it was long enough for him to give me a look that clearly said, "You and I are going to be having a talk very soon." He was with my dad and Uncle Roman when they came to pick me up. Evidently, your dad noticed something about the way we were looking at each other. I knew he had it bad for you. Svetlana plops down on the bed next to me. It's kind of sweet that he can't hide how he feels. The man is impossible to read, but when it comes to you, he can't keep his feelings contained. It is kind of sweet, I admit. smiling and letting out a soft laugh when she gently elbows my arm. "He's massively hung, right?" she asks, not even slightly embarrassed. "I mean, you can just kind of tell he would be. He's way too confident and sexy to be slinging around something the size of my index finger." I snort out a laugh and turn even redder. No, he's definitely bigger than that. I have no desire to share too many details, but I can't let her continue to walk around thinking my man isn't hung well. "Did it hurt?" Like you wouldn't believe," I tell her. She laughs and turns to look at me. "It was worth it though, right?" I meet her brown eyes and smile. "Like you wouldn't believe." She laughs and sighs and then elbows me again. I'm so fucking jealous. "Don't worry, you'll meet the right guy. I know you will. And thanks to yours truly, it'll be easier for you. They're all going to have a fit when they find out about me and Dominic, so anything you do is going to seem like no big deal." "Oh my God, that's so true. You're bonking a man who's old enough to be your dad, a man that they all trust and know, so I can go hog wild and it'll still seem tame in comparison." "You're welcome. You're such a good friend." I laugh and elbow her back. "And you better not ever forget it." "Never," she promises. After a few seconds, she asks, "You're not going to tell me any spicy details, are you?" I think about everything Dominic and I shared and tell her the truth. It feels wrong to share something so intimate. But I will tell you that he looks amazing naked. He's incredibly skilled with every part of his body, and I love him more than I ever thought possible and miss him so much it hurts. She squeezes my hand and whispers, "I knew he had to be hung like a horse." I really love that that's what you took from everything I just said. "Did you say more?" She tries to look completely innocent when she asks, but I can tell she's holding back a laugh. "I swear I only remember the dick talk." "You're terrible. I'm not the one bonking a 43-year-old. Oh my God, you have to stop saying bonking." She laughs and then says, "Seriously, I'm really happy for you. And I hope like hell that one day I'll meet a gorgeous man who's hung as well as Dominic." "You will," I tell her. I have complete faith that somewhere out there is a man with a giant dick who's going to come along and sweep you right off your feet. She sighs. "A girl can dream." We talk for a few more minutes, and she fills me in on everything I missed while I was at Dominic's, until my mom hollers up at us that supper is ready. Until this threat is taken care of, my cousins and I are here with our moms. Everyone is here except for Luca, Max, and Val. They're becoming more and more involved with the Bratva and loving every damn second of it. Sasha is more than ready to join them, and when Svetlana and I walk into the kitchen, he's wearing the same grumpy look on his face that he's had since the others left him behind. I walk over and squeeze his shoulder, leaning in so only he can hear me. "Cheer up, Sasha. You'll be off killing bad guys in no time." "Not soon enough," he mutters. "I heard you helped Dominic by translating. That's more than I've ever been allowed to do, and that hurts me on a deep level, sis." I smile and give him another side hug. "If it makes you feel any better, I had to keep my back to the guy and I was only allowed to whisper." "It does. Thanks. That's really sad." "I didn't want to see anything," I admit. "I think one of Dominic's cousins broke a few teeth. No way do I want to see that shit." "That's the fun part, Nat," my brother says, and I can hear the truth in his words. Sasha doesn't do the whole fake bravado thing. I think he just genuinely loves violence, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't worry about him from time to time. "I think you might be a little insane." He side-eyes me, a grin playing at his lips. "I think you might be right." I laugh at my crazy brother and shake my head. He might be a bit of a psycho, but I also know he'd never hurt anyone who didn't first come after him or someone in our family. He'd never cross the line and go after someone innocent. There's a dark side to Sasha, but there's also a gentle one. I can see it in the smile he's giving me, and in the way he keeps looking around to make sure our younger sister and mom are okay. We're surrounded by more bodyguards than usual, but he's still going to be on high alert until our dads get back. Hope everyone is hungry, our Aunt Emily says, setting down a huge casserole dish of scalloped potatoes while our Aunt Simona brings in a plate of hot dogs and hamburgers. She and my mom have been on the back deck grilling, and the food looks and smells delicious. Aunt Alina drops off a big bowl of salad and puts out another dish that's filled with homemade macaroni and cheese because low-carb doesn't mean shit to this family. She gives me a quick wink before grabbing a bunch of drinks from the fridge, and then we all crowd around and start filling plates. There's enough food for the men on duty to eat too, and they time it so they're eating a quick meal one at a time so it doesn't interfere with our safety. Although I really doubt anyone is going to attack us here. It feels strange to not have Grigory around. He's been a constant in my life. And now, instead of his familiar face, there's a new man that I've never seen before. He's a lot younger than Grigory, probably late 20s, and where his predecessor was quick to give me a smile, this guy is not. Vitya's all business and has made it abundantly clear that he isn't here to make friends. I think Dominic would approve. I texted him earlier and told him my new bodyguard was part robot, and his reply had been, "Good, and he better keep his goddamn eyes off you. When you move in with me, one of my own men will be assigned to you, so you won't have to worry about Mr. Robot for long." Dominic has a possessive side, and I find it incredibly cute. "What are you smiling about?" Svetlana asks, sitting down next to me when she's loaded her plate to almost overflowing. "Now wait, I think I already know." She wiggles her eyebrows in a way that makes me laugh while she grabs one of her hot dogs and makes it bounce right in front of my face. "Oh my God, you're terrible," I laugh while swatting her wiener away. "I'm not wrong, though, am I?" When I don't say anything, she just laughs and reassembles her meal. Yelena sits down on my other side, smiling because I know she saw what Svetlana did. Even with her smile, I can see the worry she's trying to hide. I lean closer and whisper, "He'll be fine," and then give her a smile. We've never really openly talked about whatever is going on between her and Val, but I want her to know that I'm okay with whatever it is. She returns my smile, but doesn't say anything. She'll tell me when she's ready, and I'm sure as hell not going to push her into it. While everyone else is busy talking and eating, she whispers, "I'm glad things turned out well with Dominic." I hadn't spilled everything to her like I did Svetlana, but she clearly knows something is up. "Thanks," I whisper back, and then pick up my hamburger because I'm starving and more than ready for bed. Dominic exhausted my body, and I feel like it's going to take days to recover. Not that I'm complaining. I'll happily be sore because of him. What I thought would turn into a night or two of forced separation ends up lasting way longer than any of us anticipated. By the 8th night, we're all irritable and more than ready to get the hell out of here. Dominic texts me often, but it's not the same, and I miss him like crazy. Unable to sleep, I go downstairs to make some tea, surprised to find my mom already there. "Hey, honey, can't sleep?" she asks, and then gets another mug and tea bag for me. "No." I sit on one of the bar stools and watch her fill the kettle and put it on the stove. "How about you?" She sighs and shakes her head. This is the first time your dad and I have ever had to be apart." Her soft laugh is filled with the pain she's trying to hide. "I can't seem to fall asleep without him." "Why do they have to keep staying away? Don't you think they're being too overprotective about this? Can't they just watch over us in the city if we promise not to leave the apartment?" "You know your dad and uncles would never take the risk. They're close to finding the men they want. Your dad told me tonight that it should be over soon." "I hope so." She leans against the counter and studies me for a few seconds. "Why are you in such a rush to get back? You guys usually love it out here." I shrug and lean back, fidgeting with the string on the tea bag. I just hate worrying about everyone. And I hate that everyone has to be separated. Without a word, she grabs the kettle off the stove right before it has the chance to give off an obnoxious whistle and fills both our mugs. After they're both filled and steeping, she leans against the counter again, watching me. "I'm glad things went so well at Dominic's." My heart is racing, but I try like hell to keep my face calm while I blow on the steaming mug of tea in front of me. Yeah, I know how lucky I got that night. I'm really glad his house was so close. She says. And I feel like there's a lot more behind that sound than she's letting on. I know I'm right when she adds, "Good thing you had his number in your phone." I nearly choke on the sip of tea I've just taken. My mind freezes, and for the life of me, I can't come up with a reasonable explanation for why his number would be in my phone. And I'm not sure I want to. I refuse to sit here and lie to my mom. I love her too much for that. So I don't say anything. She sighs and reaches across the counter to squeeze my hand. "I love you so much, Natalya." It's the last thing I'm expecting her to say. I raise my eyes to meet hers, scared I'm going to see anger or disappointment. But she's just looking at me like she always does. A look full of unconditional love. "Did you know that the whole time I was pregnant with you, your dad was sneaking off and buying little girl baby clothes?" "What?" My mom smiles at the memory. "Every time I'd go into our closet, I'd find new bags hidden away. Pink sleepers, cute little bibs with Daddy's Girl written on them. Pink blankets.